Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Savage Prog with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, Reclears of M5 and M6. Hopefully we will get through it reasonably fast. We might not. We have cleared M6S a total of once after all, so might take a little bit. And then back to M7S. We have actually watched a guide this time. I assume everyone has. So hopefully it'll go a little smoother. Now, before we get into that, there was a little bit of a Discord giveaway that Faust offered to give a special code for a minion. That was on my end. A special minion that they want to give to the community. So we had a little bit of a giveaway set up for that. It was meant to happen Thursday, but I forgot, and I guess Faust chose to not remind me. That's not their fault, that's my fault. So today it is. So the way it worked is that we had an announcement of it, and you had to react with a specific emote to get in the giveaway, and I will then draw a name out of the list, and they will then be like, then Faust will be able to contact that person to then hand them the code. I will never see the code in this transaction, but you may want to make sure your Discord settings allows Faust to contact you. Otherwise it might cause some complications, and if there are some complications, you know, pay attention to the Discord server so that you can see that Faust might be saying, I can't actually write to the person, or whatever, so that you can get that resolved. Now, the thing in question that is being given away is a wind-up Erenville minion, a special one from the exclusively from the newest art book, The Art of Succession. So, I guess Faust either already had it or didn't want it. And there you go. But, that is that. Let me grab the wheel. And no, Golbez is not here to free us from the wheel. I will free us from the wheel. Though there's a lot of names. And I guess we'll give it a spin. And we'll see who won. There should be 37 names. That is pretty funny. So, Aria was like super great friend of mine, wins. Rigged. Yeah, rigged. I made sure to put her name, her Discord name here, and her handle here, so you can find her. I will just make a little announcement on the server itself. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Faust. Just keep giving. Thank you so much. That is very much appreciated. Yeah. There's a lot of names. And thank you. But that was essentially that. No, thank you, Faust. Let me just unmute on Discord. Shoop. Hello again.
Hello.
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 And also now, hey Faust, and Ceros and Taldemar and Matthew and Ilana and Agent Monica and Freezy Lemon and Tabi and Cyanide and Tina Lee and Quasardi and Slushy and Cole and... Did I skip Matthew? I hope I didn't. Hope you're all doing well. What strategy are you guys doing for M7? I think we ended up agreeing on Kindred uptime and locked seeds.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And that was after checking the alternative strategies, just to be clear. We didn't just go, we'll just do it, continue with what we tried last time. That struck square! Mila, are you sure you're ready? Are you absolutely sure?
Hold on, Dancing Lamb. The most important part of it. And repair the one item that's below 99. Okay, yes.
Oh man, we can't go in with unrestricted parties, guys.
Are you sure you're ready, Kai?
Yeah. Hey, Sally. Hope you're doing well. Now we'll see how quickly we get to actually try that Kindred uptime and that locked seeds. We just have to get there first. It's a very long fight with several checkpoints. There's one after this dancing part, and then there's like one after that painting part. It's really weird.
The weirdest part is, man, those checkpoints don't have a timeout.
Yeah, that
to be
too.
more
I mean,
specific with
It's
timeout.
more weird. They go from like a fist range to a caster, and then suddenly they go to botanist.
Thank you for celebrating 7 months as part of the cult of the Pink Cyanide. Because I haven't been here long enough yet. Well, you'll get there.
I think food, right?
Yes.
Let's eat a piece of paper, followed by a cookie.
Eat a piece of paper.
What?
The rationing thing.
Yeah.
Those. That piece
Crunchy.
of paper.
Didn't forget that stance. Okay. And
Stance is a
I
good
don't have
idea.
time to click on it, but I'm ready. I just didn't have time to press it.
No boy.
One of those nights already.
Right.
Are you ready to get down?
Oh boy.
That's Cruiserweight campaign, Biggie.
Yeah, he's a little north. He's a
Ah,
northern dancer.
a northern dancer.
Rolls. It's rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
It's 4 times.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops.
Like
of
funny
these
places.
No, we know he's pulling out all the
We're
stops,
just
but
getting
what is he
started.
pulling them out
3
of?
times.
Moving, baby.
3. Get ready for clock spot. Spotlight. The other spot.
Spot spotting.
Slide and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Donuts. Donuts. dancing.
And DPS stance.
It's going to be light parties afterwards. 3.
Oh boy. Big damage incoming.
Fan spots, fan spots.
You're up, dancers! Let's turn up the heat! Try to keep up now! The fever's taken hold! Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no
Right
tomorrow!
side first. Right. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right. Left.
Hey, we did
Nice.
it!
Let's finish with
Acceptable.
style.
Acceptable. But that means that we'll have a limit break 3 for the next bit. When do we do that?
Burning up the dance floor, baby.
Well, in a moment we'll have a limit break 3.
I'll do it the next aim by set.
Yep.
Yeah, at this point it should be possible still.
You should
Otherwise-
have some time now before the wave starts.
On the
No,
dance
it's getting
floor,
late.
Everyone's a star.
I'll do it on the side.
Pass?
Pairs, pairs. Get ready for spreads.
Spreads. Out.
Out, out.
Come on, show me your moves.
2 times, light parties.
After this twist should be safe.
Back to it, dancers.
North,
North,
south.
south, north, south. Pairs.
Bask in the spotlight and burn.
Support
DPS
spade
sides
first.
Burn.
Cardinal baits. And into cardinal baits.
We're just
Was
getting
B-sides,
started.
light parties.
Keep grooving, baby.
4.
Prepare for the 6-minute burst.
Uh-oh.
The challenger's down.
Big raid wide damage. We need some big heals now.
Yeah, this is a problem.
I think, what?
Yes.
Dancers,
go again.
take it away.
Yes.
What happened?
Not enough health for the raid fight.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. Did we take damage we were not supposed to take? Alina, hope you're doing well.
Ah, this
I
is
noticed.
As far as I could see, only Arada got hit by one of the half rooms. But that was before the raid fight. That was the light party
Yeah,
that killed them.
That shouldn't kill everyone.
But go again.
Yep.
Although we lost, I think all of the DPS, and if one DPS is missing...
Hey!
Oh,
Okay.
if for some reason I thought the ready check was already done.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Thank you, Rust.
Rolls. Rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
3 times.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these steps.
Light party places.
We're just getting started.
4.
Keep grooving, baby.
Get ready for a spotlight check.
Razor, hope you're doing well.
Thank you. DPS first. DPS first.
Baby, burn. An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Out, circle, out, circle.
DPS stance.
DPS get ready to dance.
Support stance.
It's light parties, light parties. 4.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Oh, this is going swimmingly.
Just wipe.
Once attack
okay.
cluster. Ah.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Light parties, light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
2.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these steps.
Roll places.
We're just getting started.
4.
Keep grooving, baby.
Get ready for your spotlights. Supports
Bask in the
first.
spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Donuts.
Donuts.
Support the dance.
Dance.
And DPS dancing.
Four places. 3 times.
Ugh. Big raid wide damage.
Oh boy, this is cursed.
Is it?
Fan
My
spots.
drift.
Fan spots.
You're up, dancers! Let's turn up the heat! Try to keep up now! The fever's taken hold! Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no
Left
tomorrow!
side. Right. Left. Left. Right. Right.
Nope.
Left.
Wipe.
Yeah.
For one time I
Let's
trusted.
finish with style!
I got confused by a black health bar. And then I looked at the wrong frog.
And that is the funniest way to suddenly rewind on Prog.
On Frog.
First pull, get the dance just right, and then suddenly wipe to something silly. And then we can't even get back there.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Light parties. Light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
3 times.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these
No
steps.
places.
We're just getting started.
2 times.
Keep grooving, baby.
Get ready for spotlight check.
Bask in
Yes,
the
first.
spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to dance. How will the challenger
Donuts.
respond?
Donuts. DPS dance.
And support dance.
It's rolls. It's rolls. 4.
Big raid wide. Fan spots
Fan
next.
spots.
You're up, dancers! Let's turn up the heat! Try to keep up now! The fever's taken hold! Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no tomorrow!
Left side. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right.
And we got it again.
Nice.
Let's finish with style!
Is that a good sign?
I don't know. Thank you, Tingle. Maybe Tingle blessed us.
You're burning up the dance floor!
Okay, we have a little bit less LB this time at this point, so it'll take longer before we get the LB3.
I blame Milo for not hitting me with the roll stacks on the first one.
On the
That
dance
was not
floor,
visible.
everyone's a star!
That was not. Ah. Oh, is that other wave pattern actually something that exists?
Pairs? Pairs?
Pairs, pairs.
Spreads? Watch the wave. Watch the wave. Don't forget about the wave. Out.
Out. Out.
And in.
Come on, show me your moves!
Light party. 3.
I used Adel a little too soon. Hopefully it'll cover it, but I don't know if it will. No, it will not. There's a tank buster first. I'm way too early here.
Yeah, if you use Adel for the tank buster, it covers the raid.
Big raid
right
white,
afterwards.
big raid white damage incoming. Yeah, I'm sorry. Don't know what got over me to think it was that time already.
Back to it, dancers!
East-west.
East-west.
Spreads.
Bask in the spotlight and
Yeah, support
burn,
stands
baby,
first.
burn!
I hate support stands first.
We're just getting started!
Light
Keep
parties.
grooving,
3.
baby!
Prepare for 6 minutes.
Big damage.
Dancers,
Fans,
take it
fan
away!
spots, fan spots, fan
Fan
spots.
spots.
We might need a little bit of healing, by the way.
Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on
Yeah,
again!
starts exploding soon.
The night's reached a fever pitch! All eyes are on Dancing Green!
Uh-oh.
Dance like there's no
This is one of the
tomorrow.
awkward ones. Remember, it's okay to stop attacking, to just dodge. That's close. I think some will take some damage. Oof.
I got
Not
set.
bad. but I reckon you've got more in you. You're up, dancers!
South.
South.
C.
Yeah.
And that's purple.
Purple, delta. Switch
Hustle,
hustle.
swap.
Support stayed
Insights.
in. It's north.
North.
Show us some electrifying moves!
Pairs.
Pairs. Pairs. Donuts. Donuts.
Remember, he dead soon. Don't hold resources.
Spreads.
Spreads.
Big damage incoming. Nice. That's pretty good.
Oh dang it. No, it's just blood spiller.
It's
I've
all over.
quickly spent all my
Until
resources.
next time.
That's pretty good. Yeah, first try, clean. Yeah, the first try where we were definitely the first try where we were actually trying, right, guys? Right?
I
We're
have a
not.
very important question. Does the other wave pattern exist?
It does. We've
Yes,
seen
it's
it.
a Tuesday pattern.
Ah. Right. So for the loot. We should probably do ring, then necklace. Well, actually, no. Milo's the only one that needs the necklace. So Milo needs the necklace, and then there's Naomi and Kat that needs the ring. Then... Oh. Apparently only me and Milo wants both the earrings and the bracelet. At all.
For me, they are like not for secondary jobs.
I'm
They're
assuming it's for
tertiary.
retainers. the
No,
bracelet.
The bracelet is for retainers, hence the recycle image.
Hey, Kari, hope you're doing well. Right, so let's do...
So if you have an actual use for it, you can take the bracelet.
No, I'm also on the retainer thing on bracelet. So Milo wants the the necklace. Then we do Naomi and Kat for the ring. Then, well, it's just me and Milo that wants the earring. So I don't know. I'll take that since you get the necklace.
Mhm.
And then I guess, like, if anyone else is like, you know what, I could also use a bracelet for my retainer, you can also just knead on the bracelet. Doink. First the necklace for Milo. The necklace for Milo. Then we have the ring for Naomi and Kat. Naomi wins that. Then the earring for me. I don't know if I will Dooming, because the thing is, by the time I would have something interesting to say about the Phantom jobs, it's possible people that know better than me, like that are even more dedicated to the content than me, already has said their piece. I don't know if there's anything I could add. But I'll consider it. And then, anyone who wants the bracelet for retainer, just click need on the bracelet. Anyone.
A beautiful tool. I'm
Wow.
so glad that's on the bracelet.
No, I'll pass. You can get it
Wow.
first. Aren't you glad?
You know, the rare instance of rolling a 2 and getting the item.
Hey, Ridlian! And Dooming. Hope you're both doing well. Tingle says, all I know is that Cannoneer's busted for gold farming. Also, I know that Enochian affects the Cannoneer explosions. And I'm also saying Black Mage with 3 additional instant GCDs every 30 seconds is pretty funny. Like, I don't see any need to worry about, oh no, you have an ice phase. It's like, yeah, I mean, it'll take me 30 million years to get through my fire phase, so maybe I should just stay in it, so I'll see a flare star eventually. Also, ley lines reduces the cooldown of the Cannoneer actions. So if you're spamming them, like just put down your ley lines and then throw the cannons, just and then you'll get more cannons faster. And I don't believe it works for like for comparison, I don't believe Pictomancer's Grass Field works because it names what actions it reduces the GCD or the cast time on and such. I'd imagine that Monk's passive would also reduce the cooldown of the cannons, but they don't have Enochian, so like it'll do a little less damage. But it's still pretty funny. Let's have it up. Hope you're doing well. I mean, Dooming, there's also that, like, Dark Knight also uses a little bit. White Mage's Presence of Mind should work as well, yes. And Radiant says Requiesced to skip Time Mage's Comet cast time. Yep, that should also work.
I actually have to get out of this mount if I want to properly switch my glam.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality. Well, I guess it is surprising that the cannons don't work with reassemble, but can they crit? As far as I saw, they cannot crit, but I don't believe they say they can't, so, like, good tooltip, I guess. Oh, that is interesting, 7-Up. That was actually something that I had wondered about. Apparently Phantom actions ignore the hidden damage down on tanks, but they still gain damage buffs.
What Phantom actions? Oh, alright. It's
Huh?
really weird the way you put Phantom actions on your hotbars.
Yeah, that is weird.
Food, stands... Anyone want a food? Whether we like dying to raid whites here, alright. Time to suffer.
No, Freezy Lemon, they basically ignore the damage reduction that the mobs in the croissant garner from having a higher level than you. Like, they just ignore it entirely. It's quite handy, that.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
Remember the line.
Line.
What's your favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
Light parties. One.
Whew.
Clock spots.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness! The rain has become a desert.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
I forgot something. I forgot to focus target.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles.
Get to your places.
Long spot.
She really doesn't like Naomi tonight.
There's something.
Or she would like Naomi to stay.
I know.
Ah. Also possible.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
What do you think of this?
How? Right.
What?
The
The
Adel.
challenger's down. Is this the end?
I would vote a wipe it, but what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the additional deaths.
Yeah. I'll
Oh, no,
use
that
Adel
was
next
too
time. I
much for the
feel like
challenger.
I didn't always do that, but it might not be the only thing missing. I'll take that as my bad. I'm having a little bit of a my GZD is different situation. Like, it feels like my rotation is one GZD behind. That also happened a little bit on Dancing Green. That was exactly the reason why I didn't just put on my tome gear upgrades, because they would mess with my GZD too much. Hey, Emium. Hope you're doing well. Ah, we almost just got here. It's fine. I was thinking after Croissant. No, it's because I put on gear that doesn't have spell speed on it, because it has more intelligence on it. And more HP on it. But it means my GZD is very, very slightly slower.
Me, I wonder.
And it adds up.
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours.
Yeah, it's so weird that the croissant actually doesn't force spell speed and skill speed on tanks.
Huh.
On the line.
What's your favorite
Line?
color?
One of the weirdest things about playing Paladin and Boja is that you have a lower GCD, so you have to lay to weave your fight or flight. You don't have to do that in the
Perhaps I'll
croissant.
draw this.
Light parties.
Hey, Rajin, hope you're doing well.
One. One.
An image comes to me.
Hey, Seraph, hope you're doing
I
well.
like it hot and sandy.
Hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness, the ring has become a desert.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles. Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
Get to your places.
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Clock spots.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
Today has a serious case of Squeenix.
What do you think of this?
Line? Line, 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 line.
Pudding alone gets awfully dull, don't you think?
A transformative piece! The Fiend has been completely remade!
Next wave spawning. Next wave spawning.
I have the Jabba.
Great
Great
white.
lights.
Next wave incoming.
Now maybe you have the jabber.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
I guess they don't.
This is going to
The
be annoying.
challenger rises again!
No, we're not making that.
We might run into a severe lack of healer resources.
Get next.
Cat is enraging.
Oh well.
Wait, we die before the comet lands!
I mean, the difference is you asked something when you came in. Sometimes I forget to ask when people ask a question or say, rather, you didn't ask a question, you just made a statement. So I commented on that instead. But I do hope you are doing well. Hey, Free Life, hope you're doing well. Freezy says, why is the call-out line for color right, by the way? It's because we're reminding people to stand on the targeting reticle, which is a line. The irony in that is that the place we put everyone that is not a tank is actually the part that is not a line.
You have to become the line.
You must
You have to
become
fill in.
the line. We have some funny callouts sometimes. Like on EX4, one of our callouts was places. And good luck figuring out what mechanic that was for in a vacuum or out of context.
What mechanic was that?
Inspiration will you give me,
I think it was Escalon thing 2.
Gallery of Glamour!
The one we have to stand in places. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. You got it.
Oh, yeah.
Makes no sense. Like if trying to get replaced with a food name. Oh, that'll be difficult now that we've already decided on calling it line.
Light parties. 3.
Wipe. Just
Oh
wipe.
no, that was too much for the challenger!
Market
For
cookies.
once I decide to pot in the opener.
That's a lie. I saw you do it on the first pool as well.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you
And
say
you even
how?
used it- you even used it after the first GCD.
Yeah,
How did I
obviously
do
use
that?
it after the first GCD. I can't use it before.
You can. It's not wise, but
That's when I'm provoking.
I'm more saying you could pop it now.
Yeah, I could pre-pull with it, but why?
That's why I said why as well.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamour!
What's your favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
Pairs.
Oh, that's new.
2. 2.
The
Hey.
challenge
What?
is down! Is this the end?
I mean, that is an option, Freeze Lemon. I know that my pot is ready when I need it during the ad phase, even though I pot at the normal time. I think so I usually pot during the fourth wave. When I remember.
Yeah, same. If you pot during the fourth wave, you can pot in your opener. If you want to pot before, you have to do weird stuff. Or not pot in the opener.
Pretty much.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
What's your favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
Pairs. 2.
We're getting a redo.
Clock spots.
An
Carry
image
pebble
comes to
timing.
me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness! The rain has become a desert!
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles! The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Yes.
Probably why?
Yes, it is the end. Hurry up.
The big old recalibration.
And weirdly enough, that's one of the easiest patterns. You don't even have to move with the first 3 explosions.
I wasn't talking about recalibration of that specifically, but sure. It's just one of those days.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
What's your favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
light parties. Light parties. 2.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness, the ring has become a desert.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles.
Get to your places.
Down. Is this the end?
Clock spots.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
What do you think of this?
Big damage incoming. Nine. This is gonna be really weird with the limit break, I think. I don't think we're gonna get an LB2.
Pudding alone gets awfully dull, don't you think?
If even a 1. Nope. It didn't let me.
A transformative piece! The Fiend has been completely remade!
Next wave spawning. Next wave spawning.
No, but you have to jump off.
Red wide.
What?
No, that was too much for the Challenger!
Do you just keep him now? Do I have to
just
Zoo?
keep it.
Rise it again!
Alright.
Oh, wait.
Turn this around.
I got the jump.
I'm Zoo. Double D, double die.
Can you provoke the boss?
Yes.
Good blast.
Ow.
I couldn't reach any healing either.
Ah.
I don't know whether the second stood on the Jabba then.
It was quite chaotic.
I think I might crave violence, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, you did. You had the debuffs.
Hmm.
And then half a second later, you got outed to that.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
What's your favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
Light parties. 3.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness! The rain has become a desert!
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
I think this is the same pattern as before.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles!
Get to your places.
Clock spots.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
What do you think of this?
Line. I'm pretty sure we'll get an LB1 this time.
Pudding alone gets awfully dull, don't you think?
A transformative piece! The Fiend has been completely remade!
next wave spawning. Shh.
How, Ham?
Auto-targeting. The Gimme Cat died the instant I pressed the button.
Now you have the Jabba.
I'm going to have
Uh-oh.
to improvise.
That's not
Why?
good enough improvisation.
What? Drew the aggro from that
That
thing.
was too much for the challenger.
Note
Just
to
wipe,
self,
guys. Just wipe.
I have to
Challenger's down.
I have to
Assist the hit.
run away from the ray if the Gimme Cat is standing next to it and not try to hit the Gimme Cat.
Hope you're doing well, Stainless.
If the
you
Gimme
Or
move
you
your
have
camera so
to. All you have to hold for
ray
a
is
second.
If you move your camera so the ray is not on your screen, it will not target it with
Oh,
other
the-
targets.
the Gimme Cat was dying under the west ray.
Once you have the target on the cat, you don't need to keep looking at it.
I believe
Okay.
Ham's target died, and then he tried to target. But
I'm just
anyway,
saying,
I'm
like,
just saying, if you want to be sure, then just hold for a second. Just
If you
hold
don't
your
have
breath
target
and let your GZD
free,
drift
it
for
will
a
not
second.
start
My GZD
targeted
drifts a lot in
skills.
that phase.
Generally, I don't hit that Gimme Cat there, but because we only had an LB1, I wanted to make sure.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamour.
What's your favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
Bears. Bears. One. Clock spots.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness, the rain has become a desert.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
These prickly fellows.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles.
Get to your places.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
What do you think of this? Wandering alone gets awfully dull, don't you think?
This time we had it, and then my button decided to mess up. I'm sorry. Just decided to hang on me. That is my mistake. I should have the gimmick hat just fine though.
Next wave spawning.
Naomi, you have the jabber.
Red white incoming. Next wave dropping down.
Naomi, you have the jabber.
Get that.
Right up.
Raid white incoming.
So that.
Do that.
Mind the arrows.
Line, line, line.
Oh. That was
Raid white incoming.
interesting
Gags this time.
No what?
No fake hold gags.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm surprised how little damage I took from that
What
tank
do you
buster.
say to a refreshing riverscape?
A crystal clear river. How charming.
Little far out.
Lightning.
This is no good.
Ah,
It
nice.
needs a touch of thunder, a dash
No
of
deaths.
downpour.
Yet.
Don't jinx it, man.
Spawn to the south.
Storm has turned the water
I moved
muddy.
early.
How frightening.
Get to the west.
The challenger rises again. Can they turn this around?
Go north. Go east. Oh, west.
Great. I got standard controlled. Sorry.
Needs more impact.
This is going to be pain.
Yes.
And people to the platforms.
Can you rush?
You have like 10
Kai,
seconds.
please.
You sparked my imagination.
I'm alright, I'll follow
Optimally, Naomi does it because I'm needed over there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Naomi had Swiftcast because I saw the Swiftcast get used out. That might have been Cat doing it in preparation.
Talk about destructive creativity.
Bait. Stack.
Come to me.
Wait for lightning. And move.
I might die. I'm alive.
Ah, you're fine. Prepare to jump.
Right?
Counterclockwise. Wait for lightning and heal me.
Great white
Alright.
incoming. Big
See
great
if you
white.
can get in the
It's gonna
boo-boo.
hurt. Ugh.
We're going on a trip with
Clock
pudding.
positions, relative clock. Look, just try and get around the boss. Don't get too greedy on your spot. Line. We also have an LB3 to spare.
Burst gets second, I'll stop in a second.
No, I just used my third pot.
Same.
And now we have to jump.
It spares. 3. 3.
Pass. Pass, pass, pass.
No more damage incoming.
You've reminded me of something true.
Everything you have.
Art must be free.
Jeez.
Well, some of you died, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Frame perfect finish.
You just have to stand at the places that hit a little later, guys.
I'll call this a tie.
Nah, that's a skill issue on your part. You should
Skill.
have used your invuln for that. Worked for me.
Stainless says, thank you, GP, for radial AoE resolution. You know, the weird thing is I'm pretty sure many of those AoEs come from, like, the edge. And the players that died were the ones that were closer to the middle.
Yeah, it wasn't about how the AoEs were, that was just about skill.
I don't think so, Lena. I think I've heard players had cleared with even more debt on the way to the end like that. But, it's close. Right.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, thank God for my
third pot.
swift casted flare star. Right at the end, like, I'm not gonna cast this.
Thank God for my third pot.
And
Who
mine.
else did 3 pots?
I did.
Me? I've been doing 3 pots every pool we get past that. And lightning stuff.
Nice.
I didn't power mill because I had to
I'm
LB just throw
splurging.
and done it.
Right. Exactly, Lena. The screen went black. I had no idea who won. Exactly. And the only reason I knew was because I saw the loot in the chat, which you cannot see. So I was like, well, I got a book.
I was like, loot, wait.
Yeah.
I die and I get loot? Huh?
Oh, the
Because
new
I also
farming
saw my
strat.
HP bar at 0.
Right.
Well,
so
obviously
loot.
we get loot for killing 2 Lalas, and who else died?
Naomi. It was both
Oh.
healers and me.
And thank you, Mina. Right. So loot time. Oh
Might have
wow.
just been... No, perhaps it was actually not about AoE resolution or something like that. It was just Uwu in Rage, killing players from lowest to highest damage contribution.
Ha.
I take offense here.
Right, so for the loot, we first have gloves, that's between the tanks, so Milo and Ham. Then we have the helmet, which is between Ham, Cat, and Aradel. Or just Cat and Aradel if Ham wins. We'll see about that. Then we have boots, which is between Sip, Naomi, Shaq, and me. And then finally we have the glaze between Milo, Ham, Naomi, Shaq, Aradel, and me. And the weapon thingy is still a case of, do you want to use it? Who got it last week? That was Cat, right?
Cat.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean that Cat can't roll on it, but I mean, if you need it, like, maybe you don't need to, but that's up to you. Point still goes that if you think you're going to use it, go for it. But also remember that the relic weapons are going to be nearly as good, so maybe you'd rather use your tomes for, you know, armor. Right, so, first, gloves. That's between Milo and Ham. Thank you, Fox. Milo won those. Oh, by the way, Milo, are you writing it down as usual?
Yep.
Fantastic. Next, we have the hat, which is between Ham, Cat, and Aradel. Ham wins. Big day for the tanks. Next, we have the boots, which is between Sip, Naomi, Shaq, and me. Oh. And finally, we have the glaze, which then is between Naomi, Shaq, and Aradel. Naomi, Shaq, and Aradel. And Aradel got it. And then, if you think you're gonna use the tombstone for something, you can knead on it. I will click greed on it, because it would be a shame if it goes to waste. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but like if you're like, I could use it, I might use it, then you just knead on it. What will you say, Ham?
Yeah, I already clicked greed as well.
Okay.
That's also fine. Milo said they're kneading.
Has anyone else clicked needs? Because if not, then I can just click greed and roll between us.
Can you actually? Oh, have you not rolled yet?
I've not rolled yet. That's
Okay,
why.
in that case, I will just pass, so the people that are greeding can greed, and then you also greed, Milo.
Well, I mostly greeded for
And Naomi
so it
wins
doesn't
that.
explode.
Let me see.
Alright.
A big lucky for me, I won something 2 weeks in a row. It just means eventually I'll not be winning anything.
That's a hat.
If you look at how the loot dropped, me, Kai, and Aradel just switched places, like one to the right for M6 drops.
Ha! Let's see on the list here. The
Ooh,
gloves
free
we
teleport to
removed
Solution
Milo.
9.
Let's see, what
The
do I
hats.
want to melt into my tank gear?
Ham.
Who wants to guess?
So now to do.
I'm gonna guess direct hit and direct hits.
Oh,
Maybe a crit in there, I'm not sure.
that's directed.
Oh
was
wait,
it
I actually
basic?
could have checked because I have it.
Yeah, but
For
I
me it's
agree, Naomi.
determination direct hit. Interesting.
1.5 hours for Reclears is actually pretty good. Considering that it was last week that we cleared M6S for the first time. And we did take a long time to beat it. Razor says, to my knowledge, relic weapons are ever so slightly better than extreme ones at the minute. That is correct, because the relic weapons have both of their secondary stats maxed out. So I think the only reason they might not be is if the secondary stats on the weapon is are extremely cursed. Like, I don't know, do healers have piety on theirs?
I don't know about healers, but I've seen some weapons have like full skill speed, whereas the extreme 4 ones didn't.
The White Mage one has crit determination. That's pretty good. The Black Mage one has determination spell speed, which is pretty fine as well. Sage one has piety. Oh. Bruh. Oh, man. Look, guys, I brought a scythe. It's a folding scythe. You see, folds. Blink. I wonder how well it deals with force when you're like shoving it through the fields. I hope it has like a latch that really holds it in place. Otherwise, it's just not gonna work. Anyway,
It's a very
before we
small scythe.
Yeah, before we get back into it, I will have to be right back. In the meantime, energy restored. Alright, I'm back.
Why would they give Warrior skill speed and Gunbreaker tenacity? That's pure evil.
That is actually extremely funny. It's almost like
I think they
someone
might have-
read what stats those jobs would Wait, Stainless says it's wrong way around, so you're saying Warrior gets tenacity and Gunbreaker gets skill speed? Is that correct?
In that case, it's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if they had done it opposite, it would be like someone basically perfectly failing the objective.
Wait,
Like-
piety on the stage relic? Oh, Christ.
Apparently both the barrier healers are getting crit piety and both of the pure healers are getting crit determination. Weird. Why?
They should have put skill speed, spell speed on the Paladin one.
Finally, they can try how it feels. Imagine though, imagine they put skill speed, spell speed on it and it happens to give exactly enough that they can fit 9 G-cities. Would that actually do something? I wonder. I guess not, because it's be like, well, there's not crit on it. Yeah, fantastic. This means that I'll have to get used to a different timing again for next week's Reclears. The difficulties of speed builds, am I right?
Well, if you're playing Monk, you'll most likely always make sure your melts and all stuff works out to give you always the same speed.
Yeah. Can't do that when you have mega speed. You have the giga speed on Black Mage. It's literally, well, that item doesn't have spell speed on it, so you can't. I believe last week we cleared with me on, I think my GCD was 221. This week, M6S, it was 224. And now it's back to 222. And I'm just saying, it doesn't sound like much, but last week, if our first wing mark was 1 or 3, I believe. No, well, if they were north, like northward bound, then I could fit 6 Fire Force, so that, like, basically we do the jump, I reapply Thunder, and then I just go Flare Star, Despair, and then we run in. This week, I could at best do 5 if that happened, 4 if we went southward bound. And that meant, like, for a large portion, I was basically like exactly one GCD behind. And by the time we reached the ad phase, I would say, like, it sort of depends on a lot of things, but I would say, like, guesstimate that I was like 2 GCDs behind relative to the week prior. But the thing that really hurt is that last week I was able to, like, just barely fit the last GCD before the first wing marks. This week I would be interrupted like halfway through the cast if I didn't use an instant. So, like, it, like, compounds on itself that because last week my GCD was, like, quote unquote perfect. This week it's not. So, like, it really added up a bit. I figured it out, but still. Yeah, so I believe our glam theme this time is like workers, a combination of construction workers, builders, and gardeners, and botanists, because we're on a construction site fighting a giant plant.
Time to put the chainsaw to use.
Yeah, finally! Shag's like, I've been carrying this for too long. Finally, I get to use it.
Fell the mutant.
We have glam
Kill
weeks
the
every
heretic.
week. We have glam themes for each boss. For the first boss, we have disco theme for most of us. I think Naomi goes with something like a fiery glam. But yeah, basically like a disco outfits. For Sugar Riot, we have orange theme. And I'd say most of us have, like, you know, like somewhat baggy clothes. I think Ham do you still use the Giga thick armor for Sugar Riot?
No, I have overwritten both the disco. I've overwritten the disco glam with the Tin Man, and I've overwritten the Tin Man with the chainsword.
Okay.
I don't have any free glam plates.
Fair enough. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. Yeah, like, in the first raid tier, I think the only boss we didn't have themes for was M1. And then M2 we had yellow themes. You know, B theme. And on Brute Bomber we had a mix of Wrestler glams and VTuber glams. For some reason. And for Wicked Thunder, we all dressed up as 2B, except I think Zip dressed up as 9S. And me, who else, made a very awesome piece to celebrate that. Where did I put that? Let me just
I
find
think it's in the
that.
ad channel.
Oh, I have it also on my PC. I just need to figure out where I put it. There it is. You should combine the VTuber glams are the botanist glams just because you're fighting the same guy. Last week, when we got caught a little bit by a surprise in a way, I used a slightly modified version of my VTuber glam. But then we decided on doing something else.
I had to improvise my glam because it had pieces that only monk/samurai could wear, and
Yeah.
that's an issue now.
Yeah. Yeah, my weapon for the VTuber glam was like, I had a warrior weapon. So, I couldn't do that. And I just put my mage hat on the glam. So I was Fubuki in a big hat. But yeah, we talked about doing that again, and then the team preferred that we do something new. So we do construction workers, builders, and gardeners for the most part. I mean, Sarah, if you can see in every single glam I've done for these things, there's some amount of pink in it. So, you know, you just have to sneak it in. I wonder which one is the pink ranger, guys. the pink 2-hour ranger. Clearly it's Naomi. Should do actors because you're on a movie set? That's a good one. Fuamoko glam for M8S. I don't think we've decided what we're doing for M8 yet.
I have a plan.
You have a plan?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good one, Ham. And that is a secret plan because it's really funny and it would be a waste to just spoil it here.
Indeed.
Yeah, first we need to clear this. That is true.
Well, the thing is, I already have that glam on a plate.
Anything we need to discuss before we give it some tries?
How do we invuln? Do we
Press the
invuln?
info button. Next
Like
question.
this.
Which points are you planning to invuln? Only phase 3 or other part?
Personally, at least for now, I would say only the stacks in phase 3. Or perhaps the second tank buster in phase 1. But that probably is for the warrior to invuln, I would assume.
Sure.
But personally, I'd prefer not to invuln any tank busters, so the invuln is there for more important stuff.
For potential procs?
Yes. Oh, I need to change my full macro.
Oh. And that is a good point, folks. There's a surprise, like, it's very true to the normal version, this particular fight. Hey Ben, you're doing well. Like, most of the mechanics, he's doing the same thing, it's just that, like, it's amplified.
I wouldn't want to use the pull macro for with the messages for Dancing Green.
Oh no, that
this fight.
That would be absurd.
Yes.
His clock spots on death. In fairness, Cat, things like the pulp smash on normal, it's just like a starburst kind of cones. That's usually how they do protein waves on normal, is that they just normalize the cones. So like it's actually exactly the same mechanic, it's just that it's the classic hard version of that mechanic. Rather the savage version, I'm sorry.
Well, I think mostly it's the tethers. the Tavasar
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
that
they
exists in
add
this
some.
fight.
They add some things to it.
Alright. Any more questions?
Actually, did you figure out who's involving those stacks if we actually get there?
I take the first one.
Okay.
We figured it out.
Why, Zip? Why?
Because Ham used his info like a minute ago.
Oh. Okay, yeah, then we have to wipe.
I don't think that's actually the reason Zip did it, but
It
Well,
was-
let's not question his wisdom.
The reason
I'll
I
throw
just
him a bone.
the reason I just pressed that invone was because it's completely irrelevant.
Unless you were gonna use it in a planned manner. Get
No,
it
I was
planned.
not.
Oh, that's a good point, folks. In P5S, there was also like a cutscene and like a phase transition and stuff with platforms, but or rather on normal in P5N. But in P5S, you just start in the second arena, so people were expecting that to.
To take it outside, the brute
Sip?
abominator means business.
What are you up to, Sip? Are you good?
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
I thought we just tested the pull distance last week.
Yeah, it's
did.
basically where the marker starts.
Yeah.
So be
You're
careful.
walking through the maze. Ah, okay. Okay, fair enough. That does look pretty fun. Although it's not a completable maze. You can see it's like it's blocked
I'm
off.
pretty sure it's just a QR code.
Oh, yeah, it probably is.
You know, I just wanted to ask. No, I know how QR codes will work. It wouldn't check.
Well,
But
probably
with
not.
small modifications, you could get it to work. But then I need to go to Photoshop, and that's for After Raid.
Right. So let's see if we remember hashtag cram the guide.
We can also eat Zip. Or Zip can eat food.
Oh, true. You should eat food, Sip.
The two options.
You should also summon your ears. Fantastic. Now I think we're ready.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
Alright, that's how Dark Knight works.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Didn't we use... Cat, didn't you use Adel Opener here last week?
That's
Oh yeah!
He's used his fatal powers to manifest
Oh yeah!
That's a distant circle. Remember to move in again.
The challenger's down!
Ow.
Is this the end?
Not we moved
Oh.
in, Zip. They were supposed to move in. Milo.
Oh dear!
You know, I just heard
Challenger's
move
down.
in, so I moved in.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
You're not solving this.
I mean, I can try. Well, you didn't. You didn't try hard enough, clearly. That's the problem, right, guys?
That's
This
correct.
time
I didn't even press home gang. I didn't try.
I think I remember how to play Dark Knight now.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Now that's a lot of damage.
My word. He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
That's a distant donut.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Remember
Move
these
to your
ones.
sides. Watch for the vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Ow.
The challenge
Get
is
to the
down.
safe spots.
Is this the
Stack. And now leave.
Right.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
Yep, leaving. Vacate the arena.
And just double checking for the ranged starbursts. It's DPS left support, right? Or is it opposite?
I think it was DPS north south, healers east west.
Healer left, ranged right.
Yeah, that's
what
also
I've
what
written
I
down.
remembered from the guide.
And then I ran the wrong way.
Because in part 3, you have healers on east-west. So you go to the same side, basically.
Right. So I
Not
should
necessarily.
go right.
That's not necessarily the same side as with Phase 3.
Alright, I was just going from one example. But yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, Naomi. I ran the wrong way. But you were dead, so... In my defense, that spot was vacant.
Yoink.
Yep. Mine now.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
Alright, that's how a Dark Knight opener works.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend
That's
with
worry.
this
That's very
chimerical
concerning.
foe?
That's a blade.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
And close.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender
brutal
is
blow.
standing firm.
Get to your
East
sides.
west.
And watch a vine.
Now I greeted it.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to your safe spots.
The challenger's down! Is this
And
the
leave.
end?
I should just not use ley lines there. That's not gonna work. I have to do it very soon. No, I left the ley lines. It's just that I left them too late. But there's just no point. I won't get enough ley line value.
High movement phase mechanic, obviously ley line time.
Well, I mean, I used it because I wasn't sure how long we had before I had to move. Considering the
By the way,
wing
if the-
stuff on M6, I use ley lines during the wing mark setup. Because it
if
takes so long.
the mainlets have the pink bottles, it's not leave to the outside, it's actually get in.
Yeah, the reason I said leave was because leave the arena, jump.
Ah, fair enough.
We were not solving that pair stack.
I'm sure you got this.
To take it outside, The brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe? My sword. He's used his fetal powers to manifest a
Blade.
weapon.
Distance.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing fine.
A brutal blow. Do you want a brutal blow?
I want you to get to your side. Oh,
I
you're
am.
already there.
I'm here.
And watch the vine.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to your safe spots. And stack, and now leave.
Oh no!
I think leave
that
is a
was
bad
too much for the
call.
challenger.
And something worth mentioning is that right if we get to our safe spot, there's going to be raid wide damage. Or rather, there's going to be 2 light party stacks, and they do
Yes.
hurt. So you can't like whoever gets the pink AOE's will have taken damage and will probably need a little bit of healing, or they will die. Whether it's the healers and the ranged, or it's the melees and the tanks, the melees will probably need help. Except as he got killed by an ad. I think we had people dying to other stuff before that before that could happen, but that is a good point.
But
That is
what
going to
ad?
be scary. Oh, an ad. There's 4.
One of the 2 plant ads on the other side.
Yeah, the only ad I did not tag was the southern ad.
The southern ad. Which is the one that was beating Seb. Ah!
Yeah, I would have
The
guessed
plot thickens.
that much. Good to know.
Wasn't there something about Warrior using some healing to just grab everything? I don't know if that's actually something you'd want to do, but wasn't there something about that?
You could shake it off at that point
If
to
I
grab.
didn't use it for the initial brutal impact, then I could have.
Oh. That is a good point.
So we'll change that. See if it helps.
Just to make sure it doesn't really matter which tank gets which ad.
Not really, no.
Not on this mechanic.
To take it outside.
The second
brute
time the ads
abominator means
appear
business.
does matter.
Yes.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Oh boy.
That's
Plop.
a circle.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
And close. Bonk.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Guys, I made it to my spot.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
And watch the vine.
I don't know yet.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Are we supposed to go counterclockwise?
It's supposed to go
Clockwise.
clockwise.
Ow.
The challenger's down!
Yeah, I got hit on the way
This
in.
is
I didn't
the
manip early enough. Hey, Void Hunter! Hope you're doing well. Indeed, days since we had it, Caetsu, 14. I will also say in fairness that it's been a while since I got Ghost Park, so...
Wow.
Oh, you can live through that. Okay.
Well,
Ike?
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified!
Let's see how much damage a camera does.
tell us.
I did 700k.
Oh, easily survivable.
Let's
Just need some
let's see next
defensives. Hold yourself up by your bootstraps.
784k.
Yeah, also, so Naomi, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to go clockwise with the puddle baits. But also, don't full send. Like, we're painting. We're painting again. Gonna be a little bit awkward to keep uptime during that. I'm pretty sure we're going clockwise, right?
Yes.
Yes, clockwise.
Oh, nice, Void Hunter. So does that mean that you have 312 left? That'll be great. Three times Ghost Park in one session. Though that I think I've had twice Ghost Park in one session. It's been a bit.
To take it outside, the Brute Abominator means business.
The Brute Abominator
Will the
means
unadvanced
business.
warrior be able to contend
Oh, I
with
have
this
this amazing
true
vacuum I'd love to sell you. Ow. Ow.
I didn't say good business.
No, but that is business. That is business. Sword!
That's a blade.
He's used his
Blade.
feather powers to manifest a weapon.
It's a hockey stick.
It's a blade.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
And watch the vine.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Oh, that's Hey, I lived!
That was too much for the
Hey, Catnam, how are you doing? What do we do now?
Jump.
Oh.
Unless you want to die by hands.
Oh dear! The challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Did the donut AoE do 30k damage? It looked like it only did like 30k. It gives damage down, so it's like big oof anyways, but...
I think I had a rampart running, but those AoEs don't hit that big, you just don't want to get hit by them. They don't
Yeah,
kill
but
you
you-
immediately, they
Okay,
make you
well.
die to the heart and rage of ads.
Yeah, I could see that, Void Hunt. I could also imagine I would like step up the speed on mental roulettes once I get closer. Sorry. $50k or something. I suppose the big problem with the ads is like multiple AoEs. The cross AoEs can hit you twice if you're too close, but also the damage down means you're not killing them in time, and then they'll just hard and rage all over you. When the markers to start go?
Max melee. But
Oh, that's
there's
gonna
no
be hard
problem
for
if you dro-
Cat.
Yeah, it's not a problem if you drop them further out.
It's basically what I found approximately just in front of the marker. I'm not gonna stand on the other side of it because it will pull the boss, but just like one or two taps outside of it.
And I think a red mage has a somewhat decent way of estimating max melee. They have melee GCDs.
They do, but it's like with an actual melee job, it's a lot easier because it's like your next GCD is always that. That is true, Cat does have ways to estimate it. Yeah, we are doing Kindred uptime, Avengi. I just pinned it now because I realized you're probably not going to be the only person asking. Given how much talk there was about that last week. Right?
Mario Kart, Mario Kart, Mario Kart.
You're the one who's drinking, Milo.
Currently water. That's why I said it 3 times.
Okay, I need to Pour me a drink of water.
Just run out. Annoyed.
It's a very painful pose for Shaq. Stab through the ear!
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
Alright, I think out of all of the openers, I've not failed once so far on this
Oh.
fight.
Amazing. Did you not fail the one when you were discovering how to play Dark Knight again?
No, that one was the one I did not fail.
Wasn't that the second pull?
My
Blade!
He's used his fatal
Yeah,
powers
I
to
failed this
manifest
one.
a weapon.
That's a distance donut.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Splat. Yep, if it's smashed there, it's probably a good idea to step in if for the non-tanks. Yeah, the reason why we argued for just sticking to Kindred uptime was because it seemed a little bit more similar to what happens in Phase 3, so might as well just learn to deal with the mechanic quote-unquote right, instead of using a tactic that just makes it really easy in Phase 1, so that we have more practice with maneuvering the mechanic more generally for Phase 3. Not that it'll necessarily give us a lot of experience with the Phase 3 version, it's slightly different, but that is the reasoning.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Right, this was a valid Dark Knight opener, just not a good one. But I'm getting better.
Blade!
My word. He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
That's a close donut. Bonk.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender
Boink.
is standing firm.
Watch the vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Oh, right, I'm not supposed to run all the way back here, I'm supposed to go to the nearest one. But, death anyways. Whee! Hey Astra, hope you're doing well. Says, is there a raid plan for Kindred and Locked Seeds? Never actually seen them around in Party Fan or anything. I mean, given that it's mechanics in 2 separate phases, you can combine them however you wish. Which is what we did. I don't know if there is a raid plan for them, for that specific combination, but technically all you need is a raid plan with Kindred and a raid plan with Locked Seeds, and there you go. Caetsu, I'm sure someone has made. I mean, there's a very high probability that someone has made a raid plan for it. Like if that's the way they want to do it. Lena says there is the WTF DIG. That's true, exactly. And there you would be able to sort of combine them if you needed to, I suppose.
take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Just checking, Sip, did you remember to summon your pet? Oh, you did. You have dissipation, so you did. Blade!
That's a blade.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
And close. Best pattern. Bonk. Ah,
Oh, a brutal
lovely.
blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Fair enough, Sip. I was just asking for your sake. Because it just occurred to me that I didn't see it.
I'll watch
I
the
just want to be
vines.
sure to help.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Oh boy.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
Anyone wanna interrupt a sec donut? Thanks.
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Ooh, I'm almost dead.
Oh no.
Oh my!
This
Even
hits
the
hard.
cameras have been petrified!
Watch from
and
death
now
from
they're
the sky.
crashing down
From
on
death
the
from the
roof.
sky. It's a circle. It hits close.
I'll infill.
The
That's a stag
challenger rises
marker.
again.
It goes in the middle and then clock spots.
Ah, surprisingly went well,
How am I alive?
comparatively.
How am I still alive?
Should be north after this.
Yep.
Yep.
It's okay, I'll send my corpse.
Let's see if I
Send my corpse with regards. Oh, your corpse as well,
Such a
Shaq.
rival flying. Fearsome strength.
yeah, guess what? That knockback does damage.
You know what's even funnier? Add half a second left and
Goodness me,
shake.
the brute abominator
Ah.
is hanging on.
Hey,
I
grab
think
King.
I have to Shadowed Vigil to heal.
Hope you're doing well. I mean, you have bigger troubles than that.
A circle?
Sure, that too.
Ah,
Is it now that he does
Just
Glamour power?
he follows with Glamour power immediately after.
that's
So this is
good.
my side.
Wham!
And now
And then a raid wide?
Alright, I thought it's already the tether. That should come now.
That should be now.
Hey, Yield, hope you're doing
Yeah,
well.
Bonnie
At least you
deathmatch.
physically made it. I made it!
It's
Let's see who-
out.
Someone should at some point get the thingy. Blink.
The challenger's down.
And...
Is this the end?
Oh, living dead.
Right. I forgot that does actually damage. I was
Yeah,
used to
it really
the
hurts.
version of the flare.
I even TBN'd you!
Yeah, I thought it was just like a minor TBN. So
Yeah,
it
Melo
counts
thought
for
you were fishing for damage.
He's bounding from wall to wall.
It's technically not wrong.
Not true.
I'm assuming it still broke.
It did break,
Along with
obviously.
the rest of my body.
I have to say there's something impressive
What
about how
happens
far
now?
Tank can get here.
What happens
now
now?
Will you get
it's-
3 vines?
Should be 3 fights.
We'll
Yeah,
get 1 or 3. Uh-oh.
3, because the other
2.
2 are
Well, it looks like
days.
2.
Oh,
Oh,
But I'm not living
Interesting.
still.
hello again, Ridley.
It might have.
Hope you're doing well.
It might be that it can only have one tether on one person, and I might not even have gotten the second tether, the
Yeah.
second vine. It just showed the tether on me because someone had to get the tether.
Yeah, indeed, Avenge. It seems like we're not taking that much like passive damage from auto attacks or anything.
He did, but
He
flash.
did. He deals the damages.
With auto attacks, wasn't it from the
Yes.
vine?
The vine gives a lot of damages, but his auto attacks also damage.
Oh. Well
He's
then.
just not a Wicked Thunder.
His auto attacks, they don't do a lot of damage, relatively speaking. That one I can accept, yeah.
It's just normal auto attacks.
Yeah, regular amounts of damage.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
It's just savage damage, not very savage damage.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend
No,
with this
very savage.
chimerical foe?
Well, extreme auto attacks barely register, so...
Blade!
Mine.
Play.
He's used his fetal powers to
He's
manifest a
stabbing.
weapon.
Oh. We have to move out. Bonk.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing fine.
Watch for the vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to some safe spot. And out.
Ow! Oh, right. Ow!
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
The and out. Wait, out?
Oh,
right!
Now the challenger has fallen out 3.
For some reason, I thought it was the safe spot was inside. I don't know.
Yeah, they are when
I should have tested how
melees
getting
get the
petrified feels.
starburst. Yeah, exactly, and out where? Ow.
What?
We keep learning. This is basically classic us. We'll flounder around a lot with the first bits, and then suddenly we just get it. And then suddenly we forget how to do it again, and then we get it again, and then we forget how to get it, and then we get it again. You saw that with M5 today, or at least some of you did. We nail it until we don't. Exactly, and then it's EE2 prog.
No, we're not like Party Finder, we actually queue into the correct duty.
Excuse me, it's Stoneringer 2.
Stoneringer 2, Stone Ringers.
Abominator means business.
Yeah, that one is a phase 3 mechanic.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend
Oh,
with
well, can we
this
just move to that
chimerical
then?
foe?
And... Blade! We're getting
Blade.
Squeenixed.
He's used his fetal powers
we had a
to
few
manifest
I
a
like
weapon.
blades.
We had a few circles in between. Yeah, but I prefer
Oh, a brutal
Blade
blow,
here.
but the
not
contender
Blade
is
there.
standing fine.
Watch for the vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Oh boy.
The challenger's down!
That is
the
is
end?
rough timing, by the way. I found a safe spot. With everything happening, there was actually a regularly occurring safe spot.
It's somewhat hard to get hit by that.
Oh my! Even the
Well, I
conquerors
mean,
have been
step out of the
petrified,
crowd of
and now they're
crowd of
crashing
plants.
down all around.
The problem is they tend to crowd around me.
Well, you just have to step out. Yeah, I think the only thing you can do, Naomi, and maybe that also applies to Sip, is like really keep count of when you have placed the fourth one, because while I can just just lunge over to whoever, you kind of need to run. Zip died to the save stop being a pixel. Oh, okay.
We had
That's
half
also
the
something
amount
to
of
practice.
size of save spot.
Is that my placing up? You're about placing now.
I think a combination. I think we're about
We'll
a bit
get-
too close.
You'll get better at it. It's fine. I was just giving the advice, like more generally, just in case Zip also needed it. But yeah, taking note of exactly when the fourth puddle is baited, so you can run to where you need to be, is probably extremely helpful. So that you have more time. I'm not saying that means that I'll perfectly be on time every time. I've died exactly to being late within manipulation, but I'm just saying that's the reason why I might not do that, is that I'm like, well, I have time. I'll figure it out. I'll wait for someone else to get into position. I'll join them. Get them some plant repellent. You know what, GL? That is a great idea. Also, it's always the race guys that drop. Yeah. That is at least you notice
fragile.
that. You notice that every time, because when it's not them, you just keep going.
Also, the race people tend to be a little fragile.
Oh, that too. Blade.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
Oh.
I'm an idiot. That was me.
Oh, thanks for tanking that.
You're welcome. Aradil helped. I'm sorry.
We at 2 DPS can't do that. What happens now?
That is a fantastic.
Get to your
question.
vine spots.
Ow. Well, somehow I made it and then kind of not made it.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Oh, weird. TBN isn't enough for a healer to be able to solo this stack.
That is weird.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Where's the safe spot?
The law of conservation of wipes. Exactly, Cat. That's also what I was noticing, is that that's the blade a lot. Yeah, sorry about that. That was on me. He just really, really wanted to tank it, apparently. Something deep inside of me forgot that I'm not a warrior anymore. Like, well, you're mashing the same button over and over. Isn't that Phil Cleave? No, it isn't. Not quite.
It's on a different hotkey, so it's different.
Yeah. It would be weird if I was pressing the same hotkey, because that's High Blizzard. Such dabblage. High Blizzard. 100 whole potencies.
To take it outside, the
Still
brute
deals
abominator
more
means
damage than
business.
some out of combat, out of combo
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this
Actions.
chimerical foe?
for other jobs.
My word. He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
Club here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds! The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Someone want to kill the northern ads?
I'm coming, but I'm not fast enough. Yeah, look, we got the club and people got hit. We got squeenixed.
Yeah, the club is really evil. It's like 1.5 times max melee.
Yeah, I also prefer Blade as a ranged. Try not to target the ads too soon. That is a good point. Also not too late.
It shouldn't be that much of a problem for DPS to hit the ads soon.
I mean, you say that, but I saw 2 ads turn to DPS/healers after I got aggro on them. From the shake.
How did you draw aggro?
The brute abominator means
the big shake it off. And then one of them
Will the
had, I
unenhanced
think,
warrior be able to
but it might have
contend
been
with this
this click on button.
chimerical foe?
Yeah, instead of greeting, you might want to make it safe and just use the shake it off as a fallback.
Yeah,
What
that's a
happened
good
to the
call.
healers?
I and Naomi died to Dabblage, so...
My word. He's used his fatal powers to manifest
Oh, you forgot
a
spread
weapon.
low. That explains. No worries. That's fine. I was absent-mindedly thinking of changing my opener anyways. The new Black Mage opener, death. Guess I'll just die then.
But death isn't on the normal Black Mage spell list.
Well, I mean...
The final Sting opener.
Yeah.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe? My word. He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
Club here. Bonk.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish Flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Ah, I didn't get the northern one.
I got Nord.
Oh no! That was
Move
too
out.
much for the challenger!
Oh, right.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn
That's
this
gonna keep
around?
happening for a while, I'm sorry. Suddenly we'll get it. Can we move the move out, call out a little earlier?
No, we can't. The problem is that there's a party stack, light party stack going on, and the move out should not happen before.
I think we can move it earlier by saying remember to move out.
Alright.
Because the problem isn't calling out when you move out. The problem is that some of us just straight up forget, I think. So you like, it's not like move out now. It's like remember you have to move out. I'll also try to help with that. Exactly, Cat. Move out. Maybe we'll learn to just move naturally eventually.
To take it outside,
Or for the next 10 years we just get the other pattern.
Hey, stupid genius. Hope you're doing well.
With this chimerical foe.
Black Mage had death in 11. Huh.
My word. He's used his
He's about to go to the
powers
club and get
manifest a
swifty.
weapon. Oh, a brutal blow.
Oh, Milo got
But
hit,
the
not.
contender is standing firm.
I was wondering why I saw damage done. Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
In.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
That looks decent. The irony is not lost on me.
That we don't have any healers or anyone that can rest.
Correct. Or anyone who can heal.
Or anyone that can heal. No, we have Milo.
Look,
No.
even I have my limits.
Yeah. In 11, Stupid Geniuses, they had Black Mages had death eventually, and if it doesn't kill the target, it does darkness-based damage. It only takes all their MP and scales with how much was used. That sounds really awkward. I'll just cast
How
death.
about we? How about we get Phantom Black Mage? And Phantom Black Mage has
Death?
Phantom Death.
Yeah. Occult death.
How about phantom ley lines?
No,
But
occult
it
ley
doesn't
lines.
affect just spell, but yeah, occult ley lines. It's just all things get reduced.
Yeah. You know,
That would be incredibly
It's
funny.
just a glorified speed buff.
yeah.
No.
Haste, Haste
it's
is
not.
finally back.
It's not haste. It's actual cooldown reduction. It does not reduce your GCD. It reduces all your cooldowns used in them.
To take it outside.
Ooh.
the
Agent Monica says, we have
means
Milo.
business.
Milo dies. We don't have a Milo.
Will the unenhanced warrior
Blood
be able
rage
to contend
back.
with this chimerical
Occult
foe?
Terror Flare could also be funny.
Occult Ultima.
Occultima?
Now that's what the final boss of the Northern Tower
It's gonna go
He's
clubbing.
used his fatal powers
Going to
to
use.
manifest a weapon.
And we have to
it's
get
just-
close afterwards, guys, to not get smacked.
Pong.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the
Yeah,
contender
brutal
is
blow.
standing firm.
A brutal blow.
Brutal blow. And
A brutal
vines.
blow.
Probably also get to the right side.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get out.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
That was close enough that I at least made it.
The challenger's down! Is this the
No
end?
one had the second donut.
Cat, can you res Shaq, please?
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Never mind.
How did?
How
Why
did
is
you-
that?
Oh my! Even the cameras have been
Astrologically.
petrified! And now they're crashing down all around!
No,
there's
Mrs.
a-
Why we're both light parties east? That is an excellent question.
I did a whoopsie and rotated 360 instead of 270.
Ah,
And I
that
think Shaq
explains.
followed me.
I think we're both past one with AMAC. We'll normally be. That's why I went to the west, to the east side.
Oh, right. We rotate
You rotate
270, not
270,
180.
Yes.
Hey,
We have been,
Hope you're doing well.
we have been doing 180s from the west. That's also why I only tag 3 of the 4 ads while rotating.
Hmm. I think it would be very obnoxious to deal with Stupid Genius, because you'd have to stack in a very, very specific way. It would also probably be extremely obnoxious for anyone that doesn't like speed.
They can just stand outside it.
Yeah, they could, but that would be like, you have to remember that Black Mage would be balanced around the assumption that their raid team uses it.
That would be the weirdest party buff of all.
Yes. Like just a ballerina skirt. A ballerina like a tutu on the Black Mage that is the ley line, and you have to stand within it to get the raid buff. Where did the stack markers go after that setup?
What's the center from the markers? So basically you stand in front of the markers for the stacks, and then you move out for the explosions. If
You
the
are switching up 2 patterns together, I think.
no,
Okay,
Because if
let's
the
not
melees
pull.
have the pink drop and they drop it on the marker, it's actually in and not out.
yeah, I was talking about ranged having.
If we have
But they don't drop a
specifically
marker.
2 patterns. If
Yeah,
the first one is if ranged has the starbursts, then I believe the places where the stacks take place are somewhere like this. Like not
Yes.
exactly there, but approximately there.
Or flipped.
Yes, it's either these 2, or it's basically like it's going to be 1 and 2 or A and B. If melees get the starbursts, then I believe it's more like this.
slightly
Yes.
further in, but yes.
Yes, but basically east and west. And the reason why it's not the same is because ranged starbursts are placed on the cardinal, so if you try to do the same positions, there's going to be a line AoE going straight through the middle.
Also, you can't really move into the explosion safe spots from the other's stack spot.
Yeah. But yes, as I understand... Okay. Do we have further questions? Brilliant as my red mage would cry so much.
What is that to cry about?
The ley lines thing.
Black Mage aura.
Oh, that... yeah.
Just consider, like, a paladin would probably also be pretty furious.
No. No? Why would a paladin be furious? That thing reduces your GCD on all things.
Oh, that's a good point.
To take
That's
it
next
outside,
for
bring
GCD
the
in
money
Fight
to
or
means
Fly.
business.
You can hope. You can hope it is. It might not be, depending on how everything lines up and how much you can stay inside the ley line.
Yeah, but it might be, so
True.
I don't see the problem.
Mine. He's used his feather
Blade.
powers to manifest a weapon. Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing.
blow. Oh, Seraph, I believe the part of it was suggesting that it also affects everything.
Watch
Like that
for
was part
vines.
of the stipulation.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Move to
Oh
the
no,
center.
that was too much for the challenger!
That's a safe spot.
Nowhere.
There was a safe spot.
Missing the.
Well, ow.
Right below the boss. The thing is, 4 adds plus 1 boss, this hits somewhat hard.
There is something funny about ley lines actually reducing the swing timer on Black Mage.
Oh, paladins would really love that.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. It would actually increase oath gauge generation.
We should make all buffs party-wide. Everyone gets Dark Side, everyone gets Presence of Mind.
But I can say, based on what we've seen in Occult Crescent, that ley lines does affect cooldowns on weapon skills. Because ley lines does reduce the cooldown on the Cannoneer cannon actions. Which is really weird, but it does.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this?
Hey Louis, hope you're doing well. Ugh. He's going clubbing again.
He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
And he's sitting right there.
Oh,
He hit my toe.
But the contender is standing firm.
Don't trip over vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to the stacks and move in.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Safe spot, safe spot. Oh dang, it didn't make it.
Oh no, that was too
Okay,
much
can you
for
res
the
now, me,
challenger.
please? Okay.
No.
What's just 200? Yeah, you're not living until that thing drops.
And there's something funny about how you can technically rest skip that.
Yeah, we could just goodbye world. Just need to find a way to get LB free before that.
Yeah, and you also need to, you know, make up the damage lost.
Well, I don't think we would lose any damage if we had LB free because we wouldn't need to hit the ads.
Oh, good point.
Or not that
Take it
much.
outside. The brute abominator
Would lose
means
some.
business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical
Oops,
foe?
TDM the wrong person.
Uh-oh.
I think it will
Accidentally.
still break.
Accidental TBN zip.
Clubbing.
He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
Ah, smash here. Bonk.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for lines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Oh boy, that was a little awkward.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Commit murder.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
Okay, can you res now, me, please?
Ah,
Did Kai remember that he needed to get over there? No, he did not.
Even the cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down all around!
Rotate clockwise. That's some clubbing. Smash there.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger! They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Remember, this thing does damage.
It does damage. It go woomy.
It go dab.
We should just rival flying.
Wow.
What fearsome strength.
Wow!
It do dab.
Quadra kill!
Goodness me,
And
the
we
brute
need to live long
abominator
enough
is
to
hammering
deny
all
the
the
Hexa
building.
kill.
Legendary. Is it shared damage? That is an excellent question.
I don't think so. Most of you were just at half HP. You don't move in too quickly.
Yeah.
We need that damage.
Was it mitigated? That is also a good question. Was it mitigated at all?
I had no party mitigation.
I think I pressed shake, but I don't know if it got applied in time.
I think I had the shake shield while flying.
Remember, it hurts, Milo.
Slide to the left.
And then he go bomb.
He's bounding from wall to wall.
And then he go blast.
And then he look.
Then he go Glamour power. And then he go raid wide. And he go revengey. Boink. And
I think this
then,
time we might actually get to see.
well, you'll see something.
We see a lot of tethers.
Yes.
Oh boy!
Huh.
I'm seeing damage.
You have two, yeah.
I have pain. I am in pain.
So we got our answer on that one. Yes, you can have two binds. You can't have three apparently because it only tethered one to you when like it only gave you one additional tether when you were completely alone. I don't think I missed anything important, Cat.
I would not have lived longer had I gone mid. I was living on an invul.
Zip took 170k from the Neo attack. Right. Either it's shared
livable
or
with
we needed
mitigation.
some mitigation.
Nah, that's
Beacon
just
Cup?
it.
Are you doing well?
It's just a raid wipe that needs to be mitigated then.
Is Shaq had some barrier? Hey Johnny, hope you're doing well as well. And yeah, exactly. We do need some mitigation for that. If we had some, a bit more.
Any foods that need refreshing? You have a few seconds left.
To take it outside, The brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe? My word. He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon. Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the
ouch.
scattered seeds!
Yeah?
Oh no! That was too
I have
much for the
questions,
challenger.
Ham.
Technically, we have been doing that wrong
The challenger's
before,
down! Is this the end?
but most notably, for some reason, there was an baited puddle in the 2 corner where there shouldn't have been one.
I started in the wrong corner.
Yeah, and that was confusing.
I was wondering when Ronaldo wasn't with me.
Hmm.
Technically, you're supposed to rotate 270, and up until now, we have the West group has only rotated 180. And for some reason, I decided that I would do it "quote-unquote" correct at that point, without announcing.
Hmm.
Yes, it should be 270 because at
Sorry?
least on the side about with me and Shaq, we haven't been able to do 180.
To take it outside,
Never had trouble
the
with
brute
the
abominator
180.
means business.
But the thing is, if one side is doing 270,
Will
I
the
think it's
unenhanced
better
warrior
if
be able
both
to
do
contend
it,
with this
so we don't end up in
chimerical
corners next to each other.
It's also that way you end up in a corner that the healer is in. So it makes the
He's used his
so
fetal powers
easier
to
Blade.
manifest a weapon.
Oh, it's the easy pattern.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds! The challenger's down!
Get in.
Is this the end?
Oh, I found a safe spot. It's safe.
You found a safe spot?
Yes.
Fantastic.
I'm not quite a fan of the unsafe safe spots.
No? Me neither.
Remember not to get looked at.
I think so, Naomi.
My, even the
On
counter
at
has been
least for
found.
me, it looked like you
Another
stopped for a
crackdown.
little bit. Maybe you had a lag spike.
I got auto-attacked. He punched me.
You do the punch?
That's a blade.
Yes, it is.
And it hits close.
That hits close to home.
And this is a stag marker.
Uh-oh.
Good luck.
Challenger, rise it again.
Thanks.
I think
Can
you
we
might
turn this
want
around?
to sacrifice someone.
Brutal basic punches.
Oh
Brutal
no.
regular punches.
Consecutive brutal regular punches.
One punch! Well, to that, Cat, my question is because it gets a little bit whirly here for a moment. When ranged has the starbursts, it feels like the East Light Party is conveniently always
East will end up north, south, west will end up south. If you do.
Now I'm actually getting really confused. If ranged has the starbursts, then I am in the West Party, I think. No? Yes? No? Yes? No? No. If I'm in south in the South Cardinal with the starburst, I'm in the East Party. Oh my. We just had melee starburst? I think so. Was the West Party not in the West?
We were. I'm pretty sure at least that I was on the western snack spot.
Part of the West Light Party was West.
But who wasn't? I'm busy making sure that ads don't go murder.
Where were Sip and Ardell?
They were both stacking on the south side.
If that's not where you stack
Right,
at that
so for
point.
the specific pattern we had there,
And
I'm pretty sure that Sip and Ardell would be placing their baits like that path, and then supposed to go over to 1. But I could see how they would go to south instead. You can see what's closest, right? And that's exactly what makes things so confusing, is that if it's the opposite pattern, then I'm pretty sure Sip and Ardell would be coming down this way and then stack over there. So, like, there's 2 options. That is exactly why it gets really confusing, is because this, at least this strategy, leads to like 2 possible options for each person. Just for that mechanic. But technically, it simplifies to, like, if you're baiting puddles as ranged, you're going either west or east. Never north or south. Hey Rocky, hope you're doing well. We're working on it. We've technically seen phase 2, but we don't think we've gotten everyone to phase 2 alive. We've got a lot of corpses over there.
I don't think any squishy has survived the jump.
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
And that's also true, we've never gotten to the jump itself with everyone alive.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Ego clubbing.
He's used his feral powers to manifest a weapon. final blow, but the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish Flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
We do the 270. Or not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
This is
I don't
the
know.
end.
I don't think so. Now, I think we might need to evaluate that, because it seems
Yeah,
like we have a
I will
disagreement.
need-
Oh dear!
We need to
I-
talk
I
about
think
that.
so.
And also, we have to get out.
No, I did 270.
Where did you start, Ham?
Northwest. I think.
You
we did
should have
not
started
start northwest.
southwest.
Yeah, correct. I did.
So you did a
360
360.
there.
You did a full 360. So I think we've resolved the problem then. You were going too far, Ham.
Yeah, this time.
Also, previously, when you decided to shoot harder, like even further beyond.
But
That's not the first time you did that.
yes, and second, but
Mhm.
that would. We've never before landed on fawn. That should be a valid position
For one of the light parties.
for the western light. For western melees, 4 should be a valid endpoint.
It's valid if it's northwest for them.
Yes. If we start at 1, we should end at front. We have not done that before.
Don't pull. How do we explain this?
Yeah, we should always end south.
So just checking. This is a viable save, like this is one of the possible viable save spot sets, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Who's in the 2 marker and who's in the 3 marker?
The melees.
Who?
Shaq and me are on 3.
Right.
Cat and I are here. Or
Okay.
back there.
So if you start on 2, where do you end?
In front of 1.
Right. So you end
With-
here.
I think the yellow marker would be...
You end there.
Yes.
On B. Right. And that would mean that the Shaq and Milo ends over on C.
Yes.
Right. So this is the other possible configuration, right?
Yes.
Where does 2 go?
In front of where Milo is right now.
Nope. Right. Let's see. When we have this specific configuration, I've had no issues landing in the 3 marker, like finding people there. Because that's where I would be going.
There should be no ending on the 3 marker.
Yes, the
Oh,
3
sorry,
marker is going
sorry.
to explode.
That is an excellent point. Wait, no, what?
If you find someone on the 3 marker, someone is positioned in the wrong place.
Oh yeah, true. True. Right. I think what I do is I usually find... I'm a little bit... now I'm even more confused, because I'm pretty sure I've typically found someone on the 3 marker that I've manipulated to and then walked to the east spot. But I might just be remembering that wrong. Yeah, speaking of... Oh, never mind. I remember why I'm confused. It's because obviously I'm over on the west cardinal for this particular configuration. Which would mean that I should find, in this specific configuration, I should find Milo and Shaq on the C marker.
Yes.
And on the pull we just did, I'm pretty sure I saw Ham run to the 2 marker. And I think we had this configuration just now. I'm not trying to be like, hey,
just
you
now I
goofed
did
it.
a
I'm just trying to figure
I'm
out.
pretty sure I probably did a 360 right now, but
Yeah.
in my defense, I'm busy picking up ads.
Yeah.
I can't
and
count.
As I said, I'm not being like, by the way, now we've figured out that it was actually Ham who did it wrong. I'm pretty sure it's not the only thing that went wrong anyway. I'm just trying to make sure that we all got it right. Get it right.
Question, Ham. How do, like, where do you start with picking up the ads? So
Yes.
I know to always pick the one you don't pick. Good
Correct.
question. Thank you.
Don't forget
Very
to
enlightening.
don't forget to move, everyone.
I tend to try to take the ads closest to me first. Like, if we have the starbursts on melees, I take the northern and the western ad, because those are the ones I can reach, and the southern ad neither of us can reach. So that's always a fun thing.
I
Wait,
can
what?
reach it with Provoke.
Neither
You
of
can-
you can reach the southern ad, but
Provoke
you can
has
reach
more
the
range
northern
than...
one. Yes.
Oh, alright. In that case,
Yeah, you
we
can
we
provoke.
could provoke the southern ad, but we can't unmanned or tomahawk the southern ad.
But you can reach the northern ad.
Yes,
What?
if we have starbursts.
On melee starburst, then he's standing at currently C.
The melee starbursts
north is
are the
next
tanks
to
in
it.
the north.
Oh, right. Right.
On-
I was
on that-
saying exactly like, how does that work?
Generally on melee starbursts, I provoke either the western or the northern and unmanned the other one. Sometimes I provoke the Abominator
Guys?
instead. You know, it just happens.
Guys, the cat suggests that you and Ham could swap spots with Cat. Then you should be able to hit. Cat is in southwest, right?
We could do that, yeah.
Then
In
you
that
would be able to take the
case-
south and west ad, and Milo the north and east ad.
That would make things easier for that. And if we have the bait puddles, I take that, I run past.
Right. So just if it's melee starbursts, then Cat and Ham swapped. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Should we try again before we get kicked out?
We should have one more pull on this timer.
Yeah. Maybe 2 if we're really bad.
Oh yeah, we can arrange that.
Also, ace guy shots. Hope you're doing well.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
And this, everyone, is how we suddenly end up with weird
He's used his
off-brand
feather powers to
strategies.
manifest a weapon.
We simply smash there. And not here. I got
Oh.
The
abandoned.
challenger's down.
I
Is this
heard
the
it here.
hidden?
Just wipe.
Like that.
And that's how we get one more pull out of this
Yeah,
time.
exactly. That's how you do it, everyone. That's how you get 2 pulls in 8 minutes. Hey, with that pace, we might get 3 or 4 more pulls.
We can arrange that.
Better not. Not gonna be very helpful pulls, but we would have some. Can't wait to get melee puddle 6 times in a row. Yeah, pretty much. That would be classic. Now we have a plan. We want to test it, and then boss just goes nope.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
Well, yeah, no plan survives contact with the enemy.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Blade.
My
It's blade time.
fatal powers to manifest a
And
weapon.
it's smash here, so smash close.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
And watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds! The challenger's down! Is this the end?
This is safe.
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Yeah, we can still get 1 more pull.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down all
Just
around.
1 more pull. Yeah, pretty much, Saras. Also, I hope you're doing well. We have time for 1 good pull or 3 bad ones. Grass types using flying moves. It's Tropius. It's a Tropius that has seen better days.
To take
That's
it
a
outside,
strongly
the brute abominator
88
means
version.
business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Blade!
He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
Blade there. Ouch.
Oh, a brutal blow!
Everyone,
But the contender
get
is
in
standing
here!
Look for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds! Oh no!
Almost.
That was too much for
Get
the
in.
challenger!
Oh, there's no safe spot.
The challenger rises again!
Womp
Can they
womp.
turn this around?
Womp womp.
Still might get the kills. Yep.
Hey!
Okay, I looked in the sky, there are no cameras up
Even the
there.
cameras have been petrified! and now
Smash
they're
cuts
crashing
and met him, just driving them into position, just turning off the power. Look, they're petrified. Weird. How did that happen?
I don't have the mitigation to live this with his health bar. Smash there. Prepare for a stack marker.
Solved.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
I'm still alive.
I'm still standing. Better than I ever did.
Really? You don't look like
No.
you're standing very well, to be perfectly honest.
What be left long, Kai?
Standing is
No!
hard.
My flare star!
Look, we have a healer! We have a healer!
Clean.
We can clear now!
Goodness me, the Brute Abominator is hanging on the building!
He's hanging on the building.
I'm healing with Vigil.
Quick, LB3! If only we had one. This is where I would put my LB3, if I had one.
Remember not to get close to him.
He's a glowy boy.
Some glow up power.
And here comes the Great White. Da-da-da-da-da.
Haha, flash.
Quick,
Flash?
use the power of friendship.
I think he
have
uses the
two
power of
healers now.
horny deathmatch.
Yeah, that does look. That sounds about right. But first, he prepares a stone ringer.
Get to your core or to your distance. You know, theoretically you could park yourself in the... Why did I just have a 2-tether?
They're back on their feet! Let's
Because
see if
it's
they can
range
stay
based.
standing!
Even in melee you can have a 2-tether.
No, I was barely outside of the hitbox.
Yep.
Oh, this is annoying. This is a blade. Be quick.
He's bounding from wall to wall!
Get to your tethers.
Never mind.
Oh, we got saved by the clock.
Ding ding. Looks like you were evenly matched. It's a draw. We're just like dead. He was one punch away from getting us. Clear ruined. Actually, that does lead me to a question here. Because let me just check the notes real quick. Was that thing that was coming up there, was that where we do the locked seed strat?
Yes.
Yes. The guide says, technically the guide says our ranged and has the R1 go to take the east or west wall. But they also say the ranged physical, but they have the ranged 1 as the ranged physical. So the question is, does that mean that I do it or Aradil does it? Because Aradil is the ranged physical, but I'm R1.
Whichever one of you wants to move back and forth a lot there.
You know,
I
do some
imagine
forward
it's
and back and then forward and back
I
and then
think.
move forward and back and then
I
take one step
imagine
forward.
it's easier for Aradil to do it, but it doesn't particularly matter. No, it's just
two
agreeing on it.
Two considerations for that. First, distance. Standard step does not have that much range.
How much range
Second,
does standard step have? Is it 15?
I think it's just 15 or something. It's slightly less than normal ranged stuff.
I mean, I can be the one going there.
On the other hand, I think those tethers hit for physical damage. I'm not sure on that.
Right. Well, that is something we have to decide on. I would like to hear Aradil's opinion on it, but either way, I will be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. See, Rocky says tethers do negligible damage at one stack. Fair enough, that's good to know. Louis says, why doesn't Kai use that chalkboard in the upper left of his camera? That is a blind, not a chalkboard.
The 1-stack tethers do negligible damage, but the 2-stack tethers already start to hurt.
1 second. What is this light? It's the outside world.
Ugh, daylight. The daylight, it burns.
Yeah, the reason why I usually have like just blinds on and light inside is because the lighting on my camera gets really wacky with just sunlight to some degree. It's fine when the sun is high. But usually during the streams it gets weird at some point and then I turn into Shadow Kai. Yeah, same, Dunker. The reason why it doesn't quite work is because due to the shape of my windows, the blinds don't quite black out, but they do technically block all the light that hits them. Shadow Kai makes sense since you're a black mage. Don't you turn into Xenos? Do you have the strength? The power to transcend? Will transcend into a small dragon. But yeah, on the other hand, Louis, I have I would say almost a classroom approved whiteboard there. Right there. Due to the shape of the room, because there's a door there, it doesn't really work. And I think it would be possible for me to swap around a lot of things to have the camera on that side. To do that, but it would be really confusing. How goes Prog? We're still working out some things in Phase 1, but we technically had almost everyone revived during Phase 2, and then Duty Timer actually decided to kick us out.
We did not expect to live that long.
Nope. Shadow Kai sounds like a character from Mortal Kombat. It does. Blind Prog, but everyone has their HUD elements turned off. How would that even work?
Barely. Not well.
That's the way Hector strats make way for Kai's classroom. It would be pretty difficult to see anything on the whiteboard, I think, due to the angle and the distance and all that. Yeah, tell you what, one day I might have like not just a reasonably good webcam, but actually a camera. In that case, I would be able to record videos of me just standing in front of my whiteboard. But it would be a little weird, because the majority of the whiteboard is filled with my own notes. I actually have like a little thought bubble. Actually a pretty large thought bubble with some video ideas. And random notes about things I need to remember about making videos throughout the week and so on. Says I don't mind doing the tether, but I'll need practice to get the locations right. Of course, I would have to as well. Yeah, I do wonder how far away is the range in that case. Would it be better that I do it so that Standard Step can reach, or can Standard Step reach from there? And it says I need the stream where you turn on the camera wearing a super ridiculous costume and just never acknowledge it. That would be pretty funny. The stream just turns on, and I'm wearing a full bunny suit, just the whole thing. My headphones are inside the hat, the head of it. Like the whole stream just sounds like this, and I don't acknowledge it once. It's just, yeah, but with a hat. Correct, Cat. Just a top hat on the bunny head. Johnny says Standard is not in range, but the dancer could go near for a moment to hit it. Extra work for the healers though. In that case, it might be better to have me do it. That would make it easier for Aradil's rotation. And then you might say, but your Black Mage rotation, I think I'll be able to move enough for that. I think I have enough.
You don't actually have to move that much more, like you only have twice the amount of movements.
Yeah, true.
Or something like that.
So that would mean that I would do it. Does that sound alright, Aradil?
And you have to run less or the stacks later.
It's mainly because of your attack range, Ardell. That's not to say that you couldn't do it. It's just it makes things slightly easier for you, I think. Just in general. Not that it had to be. I'm sure you would practice it just as well as I would, because I would also need to figure out the positions. In fact, I'll get a real test on whether I remember them. Only a real advantage is, say, for Dancer versus Black Mage is that Dancer has free movement. That's true, but I'm just saying that if I get a chance to, like, build a little bit, I have a lot of movement that I can just, like, pull out of my back pocket.
Additionally, later on, the other ranged has to move to the distance to the other healer, and Dancer might have an easier time with that.
Depending on the movement, the ranged will be completely outside of attack range for short movements during the mechanics anyway. Fair point. I'd argue my rotation is less impacted by that as well. But it's fine. Oh yeah, good point. Which healer does it? According to the, in the guide, it was R1 and H2, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you know who does it.
The tethered healer might be slightly far away if he hangs on the southern wall. That's the only consideration there I could think of.
That what?
If he hangs on the southwestern wall, the the healer taking the northern tether might be slightly far away from, I don't know, AoE healing, if that's needed.
Probably would help then if Zip was the wall healer, since he can just send his fairy out for some
All
stuff
spread
at
low.
least.
Say, Cook Edible. Hope you're doing well. So
Restock
me
on
and Sip are
cookies.
doing it. It being tethers.
Well, we're the right side of the boss we're looking at, right? Aren't we?
Go again?
We're the right, as we look at the boss during Tether's phase, we're the right side of it, aren't we?
You are right side, I am left side. It's DPS right looking at the boss, it's supports left.
Okay then.
So don't mindlessly follow me.
I'll look for a cat then.
Anything else I can think of? No.
That's awesome, Cook Edible. Thank you so much. And also
Everyone
welcome to the
remem-
stream.
Everyone remember to re-food?
Re-food.
Free foods. It's indeed.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
Oh.
Will the unenhanced
I see it,
warrior
Ardo.
contend
I see
with
the
this
problem.
chimerical foe?
Forgot close position.
Damage doesn't really matter that much.
No, not yet.
The ads are squishy enough. That's a circle.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
And it smashes here. I'm smashing my combo
brutal blow,
sequence.
but the contender is standing fine.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Almost.
Challenger's down! Is this
Oh,
the
right.
end?
I'm glad to hear that, Cook Edible. I hope you're
Oh,
having fun
that's
with
where the second
the second.
They're back
donut
on their
was.
feet. Let's
Ah.
see if they can stay
Hope you've
standing.
been having fun with the croissant. The occult croissant. It's always the final explosion that gets you. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean, Ardell? When? Where? What mechanic? Ardell says I have Starburst on the east side. Right. Let's see. Let's go through that one in steps, Ardell. So first, you were probably around here. Given where I was, I assume that your safe spot was down here at 2. And then you would go right because you're the DPS. So you would go back to 1. Hey Luna, hope you're doing well. Optimally, you just put change stratagem on whatever's healthiest at that very moment. Like, you could put it on the wrong thing. The point is that if you put it on something in the first pull, then you can use Baneful Impaction on everything, and that's a lot of damage. And Chain Stratagem will probably be available for the boss again anyway. So just put it on something. Optimally, the thing with the most HP. Ardell says, why did I die then? Is Starburst and Stag enough to kill? Yes, it is. I've died many times where I thought I died by getting hit by the vines, and the chat said, "No, you died to the stack." So yeah, if ranged has to take the starbursts, that means both the healer and the ranged will probably need healing before the stack, or someone will die.
There's also the fact that the stack gives a phone, so depending on how it gets ordered, it might be stack into a phone starburst.
I think with starbursts just now they meant dropping the starbursts over orange circle. Orange?
Oh yeah,
That's not orange. That's pink. Ish.
Yeah, that's a good point, Stupid Genius. I should probably do that. I usually use it for the falling cameras. Don't pull. No pull timer. Don't pull.
Okay.
We'll just wait for Ardell's cooldown again. It's okay.
I'll just need a notice when that standard step is running again.
I'm glad my videos helped, Luna. Thank you so much. I think we're good when Sip is ready.
Alright.
Good thing standard step is just 30 seconds.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
It's a blade.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
Oh, smash there.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Out. Out.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
Oh,
A
I'm
little
dying.
closer.
I seem to have had an attachment off the runaway point, by the way, as well.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it myself, so...
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down all around!
I can't call stuff before I remember that that thing actually needs to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that is something that's important, is that I don't think it's a case of the call-out being deliberately late. It's just remembering it.
That's when my brain proceeds to perform that, so
Yeah, speaking of how is it the interruption goes? Is it just one tank on each of the donuts?
one tank on each of the
preferably,
donuts. In
yes.
theory, we could theoretically both interrupt the same.
Yeah.
I think we from time to time do that. Sometimes I interrupt the wrong target, sometimes I'm out of range for my interrupt because for some reason interject is melee.
You say for some reason, but how would you have you seen the animation for interject? How do you clonk someone with your weapon at range? Do you just throw it like a boomerang?
Shield
Arm's
works.
length works at range. Vengeance counters at range.
Does it?
I don't know, but arm's length at least should work at on enemies hitting you from range. I think.
Say combos. Hope you're doing well. And I'm glad to hear you're enjoying Scarlet Luna.
At
Is
least
counting.
enemies with spike damage can spike damage you if you use ranged attacks. So
The suggestion is that the enemy list could work. Enmity list. With one tank taking it from the top and the other from the bottom. With some
is the
accuracy.
enmity list always the same for everyone?
Supposedly it is usually the same. It might not always be, but usually? Question mark?
Alternatively, I could try to do west and more west and more eastern doesn't work because positions are slightly randomized.
Yeah.
I could theoretically try to get the more southern donut. Or we can try enmity list.
Avengi says it's always
If
the
you
same for
go
everyone. Are you
f-
100% sure about that, Avengi?
If you
Like,
go
actually,
first
would
on
you
that,
put your head on the
I-
block for that? Because I wouldn't.
I need to
That's
be
why I say
late anyways
mostly.
because I start out of melee range from like 3 of the ads anyways.
I just... Yeah, but
So
the
if
problem...
you like can be sort of fast on it, I can do the second run from enmity
Yeah,
list.
I can't promise that I'm sort of fast on it, is the thing. I might take like 2 to 3 seconds to find the donut, then another second to target it.
The reason why I brought it up at all is because Rocky brought a good point. That whatever the case, Aradil also has an interrupt. So if all else fails, that is something that could be interrupted, like something like last moment interrupt on something. Or what? It's called something with W, right?
Whirling whirlwinds or something is the donut, crossing crosswinds are the crosses. And I think it would be easiest to do the enmity list. But I don't know, take the topmost and you take the bottommost.
It makes sense
That
that the
works for me.
enmity list would be the same, at least. That might be something worth testing.
We can try that until it fails.
Yeah.
And after
True.
that, we have proof that it doesn't
We've
work.
seen how long we get the same pattern, so we can be here all day and it works. Even if enmity was.
That's
We can
also
be here
true.
all month. The more important thing is, if it fails at one point because it's not the same, we have proof.
But yeah, optimally, we should all assume that the cross AoEs are going out. So if you can actually see those in the madness, dodge them, because they are probably happening. It's possible that Ardell might interrupt one or one of them dies beforehand, but assume they're going through and dodge.
And clearly we should play double fist ranged.
The true Galaxy Brain strat.
To take it outside, the Brute Abominator means business.
Just interrupt everything.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe? Mine. He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon. Oh, a brutal
Might-
blow! But the contender
Does
is
create
standing
quite the
firm.
fragile weapons considering they break after one usage.
He hits really, really hard with them.
Tanks have very hard heads and also vines.
Yeah.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Oh, this looks decent.
Yeah. Get behind the thing, everyone.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down!
Rotate clockwise, I think. That's a donut,
Donuts.
and it hits distance. Stack.
They're back
Back
on
in
their
the
feet.
middle,
Let's see if they
preferably,
can stay
but okay.
standing.
Blocks.
Remember to mitigate this.
I'm gonna need some heals quick.
Oh, we should just rival flying! What fearsome strength!
I could have refreshed
Could
my...
this mean the Brute Abominator
ice
is hanging
here.
on the building?
And suddenly, his auto attacks deal magic damage and hit harder.
Weird.
That's a blade. Oh.
That's a lot of damage.
Someone did admit.
I put a play on it.
That's 2 lot damage. You have to stand in the hitbox if you want the one tether. It's really mean.
ins and outs.
He's bounding from wall to wall.
Big raid wide. And now the vine part. Anyone want to pick up the northern wall tether? Like, well, yeah, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, admittedly, I'm not actually entirely sure where the spots are.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
You can somewhat use eyes after the first one.
Can, yes, but the whole strategy, Ham, hinges on you not doing that and actually following a plan. That's why it's called locked. It's not called YOLO seeds.
No, you can somewhat see from the way the lines lie after the first drop.
So I have to use eyes a little with fixed spots. That's true. But we are using locked seeds, not the fixed seeds, just to be clear.
You still might have to use eyes if someone is slightly off position.
I'm just gonna really clear for anyone who might be thinking, oh, locked seeds, they probably just said the word wrong, and we are specifically using a strategy called locked seeds, which is not the same as fixed seeds, which means that it is not about pixel perfect positions. There's like a level of possible variance there. I say, Scruffers, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I've heard some groups do that, Scruffers. Fantastic, thank you, Kat. Right.
And notably, the squares are the odd and the circles are the even.
Circles are the evens.
Yes.
Right.
And the final stacks are on the squares.
Yeah. What I'm looking for is that I can see that there's like a spot like this for both of my positions. And then there's like, you see like that weird, thick line, like a little bit passed down this way. A little bit like that.
That's simply where two of the QR codes are next to each other, that weird line. I think it's the same QR code on this platform and on the next platform. Just slightly
it's
different.
not exactly the same pattern, but this weird arrow shape is there.
I
So
think
I
it's
can
the
be like,
same
I have to
QR
stand somewhere like this, or like this, relative to it.
No, it's the same QR code.
Oh.
It's just rotated. It's also, each of those is also the same, they just rotate.
Yeah. That is why I'm looking for a specific pattern. Because it's rotated there. And we have to be in position for that when he finishes casting Strange Seeds. Okay. And now we go for like 10 pulls without it, without that magic happening. That would be really funny, wouldn't it?
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
That's often how it goes. That we'll reach a mechanic and then we'll talk about it, and then it'll take like a dozen pulls before we get there again. Blade.
He's used his metal powers to manifest a weapon.
The distant donut.
Oh,
Right, I looked at that weapon a bit more. I cannot see how anyone could see a hockey stick, but I will accept the polearm.
Well, I saw a hockey stick.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds! The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Oh, dang it. Interesting.
I mean, sure.
Works.
It works.
Yeah, right. That works. Yep.
Valid
Yep.
solution. Also valid amount of damage.
I forgot to move, but luckily
Oh
was in a
my.
correct
Even the
position.
cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down all around!
Ooh, I am getting punched. What rotation? Oh, that rotation.
Always clock.
Really?
Pentakill.
Ah,
We should
good to
probably
know.
just jump, I would say. The jump.
Have fun.
You nearly got him
The
there.
challenger rises again! Can they
He
turn this
nearly
around?
fell off. So should we try if we can make him jump off with that?
Okay, you're also certain that the enmity list is exactly the same for everyone, Johnny. Well, fair enough. Then we have like 2 or 3 people that agree on that, so I'll trust it then. Did you, by the way, figure out who's interrupting what?
I'm taking the topmost in the enmity list currently.
Just the
Funnily enough-
topmost?
I can only interrupt one.
No, that's not what I mean.
The topmost
We need to interrupt at
donut.
least
I know.
one donut.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm not even considering interrupting crosses.
Okay. That's
Those
what I
don't
needed
exist.
to know.
You can't interrupt the crosses unless you're fist ranged.
You can interrupt the crosses.
Aerodil, I was thinking that
just-
that the game plan was that the tanks will try to interrupt the donuts, and then you're like the contingency plan that like when the casts are getting close, you interrupt something. Like it'll be a little bit difficult to like pick something quickly, but in the optimal scenario, it's like if both donuts are interrupted, then you interrupt a cross. If a donut fails to get interrupted, you interrupt one of those. But if both meal and ham are consistent, then you can just interrupt a cross. Just a cross. I'll say, Frauko, hope you're doing well. Frauko.
Am I the only one who only today noticed the orange scarf on his arm?
I didn't even notice.
No, I saw it.
No worries, Avengi. I think we'll figure it out. But thank you anyway. It's a very, very durable band.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Blade!
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
Ah, and she's smashing here.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
That's a corpse.
Yep.
Anyone else want to see a dead body?
My button didn't get activated.
Watch for
They're back on their
binds.
feet. Let's see if they can stay standing. Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Move out. Get him behind the thing.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down all around!
Donut. And he's smashing close. Remember to
Brutal
stand.
blow, but the contender is standing firm. The challenger
spread.
rises again. Can they turn this around? The challenger's down. Is this the end?
Or not spread. Clock.
Okay, can you res Naomi and Graham, please?
Resing on this platform will be hard.
Yeah.
Boys are just rival flying.
Goodbye.
What fearsome spread. Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building.
Getting here as a corpse almost takes as long as it takes him to get here. Ouch.
Wasn't Miles supposed to put it for Terror?
Isn't
Does
there
it
supposed
really
to be a tank
matter
push
that
there?
much?
Yeah, it doesn't
It
seem like it
doesn't really
matters,
matter. Theoretically, yes. The tank that does not have a tether is supposed to take switch there,
He's
but
bounding from wall to wall.
Hmm.
move to your drop position. Move to the next drop positions. Oh, that.
Hey, Emily and Nox. Hope you're doing well. It wasn't very cash money of him, no.
So, how does it feel having 2 of those?
Not good, probably.
Oh, interesting, you can only have 2. The third one did not jump to me.
Cooketable, I can say Black Mage can be a little complex, but it's very fun. Don't let the old masters convince you that it is just Lemao easy mode now. It's just it got a little easier. Well, a lot easier, but it's still rather complicated to get it just right. But if you think it looks like fun, go for it. But just in regards to the marker thing, Cole, like I'm learning the positions right now, just figuring them out. But I have a picture of my positions on the third monitor to make sure I get it right. And once I have that down, then I don't need any markers on the second phase for that, because there's literally lines on the floor. And I'm sure.
Remember to
Go ahead.
remember to check durability on your gear.
Oh, that is a good point. Repair check, anyone? Looking at the picture, it looks a lot more complicated for the non-tethered players, actually. If I'm gonna be completely honest. That's correct,
Which
Cole.
tether are you talking about? Because the tank tether might be the most annoying thing, considering you pretty much have to spread it to a 2 stack for the more distant drop.
You make a good point, Cole, that technically we don't really need these 4 markers either.
That putting up markers for the second platform is also somewhat hard.
The thing is, knowing us, and we actually made a point of that, that we were trying to learn some things in phase 1 last week, where we started putting extra markers down on this platform because it might make things easier with like cardinal markers to help a little bit, but we looked at it and said there is a line right there. And concluded that it's bad if we have those extra markers because we're going to rely on them. And even if we don't need these 4 markers, I'm almost certain that if we suddenly got rid of them, we'll suddenly get things more wrong because we're used to having them here.
I'd prefer having at least 1 marker on this platform to know where north is.
What?
Markers are somewhat... these markers help at least me to find north.
Oh, same. Same. It does help a lot with figuring out where north is. But yeah, the thing is, as far as I can see, whether we have markers on phase 1 or 2 is like a little bit same-seas. Always check on gear after every pull. Fantastic, really, and then you will not ever have gear repair problems.
I mean, to be fair, they only said gear check. They never said they actually repair.
Oh.
You can't
Brilliant, just
repair
writes
after
down,
every pull.
needs repairs. Next pull, still need repairs.
You can't repair if your gear has 100 or more durability, so
Take it outside. The brute abominator means business.
you can't repair after every pull.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Blade!
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
Oh, he's smashing here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Out.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
What you got there? A smoothie?
The challenger rises again!
Did someone else
Can they
interrupt
turn
the
this around?
topmost?
I guess
Donut?
maybe? Question mark?
Oh, there's one more ad. I did not see that final ad.
He was with us at the northwest spot.
And then that was probably the south ad.
I think that we can probably agree in the chat there that whether you like to have the markers or you'll just look at the floor pattern might be a little bit up to preference.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe? My word. He's used his fetal powers to
Time to go
manifest a
clubbing
weapon.
there.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Move
What?
middle.
Challenger's down! Is this the end?
Oh, right. What a...
Safe spot was a little tight.
Ah, okay.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
That can
Oh,
happen.
this is looking bad.
Yep. Oh dear. Yeah, Cole, we actually have adjusted some positions, I believe, in the melee region to make sure it's reasonably manageable for each tank to grab too. Which is why it was quite funny that 3 of them was like there. But sometimes it do be like that.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
club.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon. Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for the vine.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Oh, I didn't get the western one.
Got it.
Get out.
Out.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
I think I have a quick question after this pull.
The
First hit
challenger
kill.
rises again! Can they turn this around?
It's going to be really hard when they're this far apart. So, melees that ended in the west side,
Yes.
were you supposed to end at 4?
Yes.
Okay.
We started at 1, I think.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking is because either I was wrong, either we were all wrong, or Naomi was wrong, I think. Because I think I saw Naomi die alone over on 1, or closer to 1.
I think Naomi got clipped by the starburst.
That could also be him. Just pretty sure I saw, like, you know, I'm not pointing fingers, he said, but I was just confused whether, like, we were mistaking the positions again.
It's really annoying with the ads when we have
just
them.
to be I'm just gonna quickly clarify on that. So, Naomi and I was here, right? So that means I go there on the 2, and Naomi goes like there on the 3, right?
Yes.
Then that means, I assume, that the ones we're stacking with starts on A and finishes on B.
Yes.
Or, well, they finish by going to B, right?
Yeah.
So that means that Naomi and me has to meet on B. Right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm actually not even sure if what I saw is what I saw anymore, but I'm just making sure that we that we're getting it right.
Other thing, the ads, if we have that pattern, so melees have the puddles, should we try to reconvene in the center as fast as possible so we have the ads stacked, or do we try to kill two packs?
I tried that, it literally did not have time. Because as soon as the big circle explodes, the ad starts casting and they stop moving.
Okay. In that case,
Because immediately after the big circles went off, I dashed into the boss, but the ads did not move at all.
in that case, the ads needs to be killed.
Right. So the question then is, how soon can we start attacking the ads?
Immediately.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
So I should switch immediately.
Yes.
You got it.
I would say wait 1 GCD after they appear.
They will not move for 3 GCDs.
I think sound good.
I'm saying people walk past them on their melee range. I don't know if they still attack. People have died to it before, so 1 GCD wouldn't make that much of a difference to hold it.
Sure, but at least when I'm rotating around the boss, I'm trying to tag all of them at least once.
To take it outside, the Brute Abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Blade!
He's used his fetal powers to
Bladed
manifest
weapon.
a weapon.
And he's smashing here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for Vine. And don't trip over it. Big tripping hazard.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds! They're back on their feet!
Get to
Let's
the
see if they can
center.
stay standing!
Yeah, I forgot to switch.
Ouch.
Well, yeah, basically, we decided on Kindred Uptime because it felt a little more similar to what happens in Phase 3. So we're vaguely practicing both phases by practicing one, whereas if we used the Toxic Friends strategy instead, then we would have two completely different strategies for those two phases, you could say. Toxic Friends might mean we could progress past that point faster and then practice the Phase 3 version sooner, but then we'd have to learn that then.
At least that's what we're hoping.
Yeah. Like, point being that arguably they're not that similar. But they are somewhat similar, and we decided on that because of that. I feel like at this point we almost need, like, just like with the Mario Kart thing, we need like a people arguing about Kindred versus Toxic Friends. Because man, that is an unavoidable topic on this boss.
So who wants to drink or that's being brought up?
I already started with it.
Oh. Blade!
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a
And
weapon.
it's a distant blade.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Don't trip on the vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to the safe spot.
Oh no! That
Move
was
to the
too much
center.
for the challenger!
And kill.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
Milo, which one did you interrupt?
The one I targeted.
Wonderful. Which one was that?
Either
Because
the
one
north or
donut
west one
went
that
off.
started there, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I had the topmost in my enmity list. But I can't guarantee that. I can just say that one donut went off.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to switch to the ads the moment they spawn, as I was instructed to.
You can't switch to them the moment they spawn. They will stay on targetable for 10 more seconds.
Well, you know what I mean. They call him
Yes.
Captain Pedantic. Da 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 da.
Oddly, they take only like 5 seconds to become targetable.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Club.
He's used his
Clubbing.
feather powers to manifest a weapon.
Clubbing. Hey.
Where did he smash?
Here.
There, apparently.
Ah,
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
I did not look where he was smashed.
Sorry, was it here or there?
I don't know.
I think it was here because we were both far out.
That would explain.
I tried to move in after. I was like, nope.
Except as it was here. Where does he smash? At Kai, apparently, yeah. Yep, that sounds about right. Smash here
For all
was
we know,
there.
It would be the Shiva, where she just steps on a random player.
Yeah.
To take it outside,
Lanus Meyer is Fruit Abominator.
will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
The Brute Smasher. Pretty much, Luna.
Circle again.
He's used his fetal powers to manifest
He's
a weapon.
smashing there, not here, there. Right here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the
A brutal
contender
blow.
is standing firm.
Brutal
Such
blow.
a mean way to say that. He's smashing here, so he's smashing there. Smashing there, so get away from the vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the
But
scattered
the
seeds!
issue with the spot with the puddle.
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
No.
Oh dear! The challenger has fallen out of the ring!
Oh, I think this is the first time I actually looked at the interject animation.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Club.
My word. He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
I'm smashing there.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Don't run into vines.
dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Ow.
Get to save spots.
Ow.
And out.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
I'll say the ads don't hit as hard as you'd think, but I was tanking 2 hits from one and that lets me dying.
Interesting. I think I tagged all of them.
I was tanking 1 for 2 hits in the south.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified!
This is not rotating clockwise.
Counter, yeah.
Oh. You know what, I'm just gonna...
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
Oh dear!
manage to
Challenger's
jump
full
off while he was jumping. Fair. Fair.
Especially because it's not the same position always.
Yep. Another important thing is if we have
If it was the
melees.
same position, I could just tap a button and it would work, but
Yep.
I
And
need to
another
move.
thing is if we have melees on the puddle baits, one of the donuts might be in the northeast, the other one in the southwest, and those do not respect the enmity list. I'm not quite sure whether the enmity list is actually such a good way to solve that. So I guess we could also make like direction priority, like I take the southwesternmost one and you try to take the northeasternmost one or something like that. I think just now, for example, I just straight up was not capable of reaching the first one in the enmity list.
Hmm.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this
this is
chimerical
weird.
foe?
What?
I forgot to Living Shadow.
That is weird.
Now my Blood Spiller doesn't sync up with Steam's.
Blade!
He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
Oh, smash there.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Out.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger! The challenger
Now
rises
I
again.
used my
Can they turn this
Shadow
around?
Bringer there because I thought it might live. I don't. And I didn't need it.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified.
This
and
is
now they're
counterclockwise
crashing
again.
around.
It's donuts. Donuts, donuts.
And he's smashing here.
our feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Clock spots. Mostly.
Now we're just too low health due to the full field down.
We should just rival flying. What fearsome strength. Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building.
This auto attacks hit hard in his face.
Donuts, donuts.
Remember to spread. Big raid wide. Smaller raid.
I am confused.
Yeah, Milo, there's a reason why
I have to ask.
it's better to take that in the corner next to the boss.
I'm just
I
making
wanted
sure.
to go there, but I saw half the party moving there, so...
Yeah.
We should probably
generally-
just review that and then say...
Yes.
The one that gets the flare marker goes into the corner under the boss's armpit. Just all
That's
the
at
way up
least-
in there.
Yes, that's
The,
at
the
least
corner
where
of
I
the
would go.
arena, even if it's flipped, just corner
Yes,
of
if
the
it's
arena.
flipped, then you
Yes.
go to the other corner. You go to the one, like basically under his right hand.
The square spot
Yeah.
for supports on whatever the seats are called.
Yeah.
It's the same spot.
And that's also true. Zip says you could just have both tanks stand in that corner, and then the one that gets the that doesn't get the flare marker can just go move. I don't know if that helps, but the game plan is if it's consistent where the flare marker goes, then everyone else
The
just
flare
flees
marker
from
is
there. I was a little bit surprised
theoretic-
how much damage it did, because we were only about half
Oh, it's a
of the
tank
arena's
buster.
length away.
It's a tank buster.
I believe it's like pretty big damage if you're somewhat close, and then at a certain distance it drops off to negligible.
Would be very funny if it actually deals more damage to close secondary, nearby secondary targets than the primary target.
To take it outside,
That would be
the
pretty
brute
funny.
abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe? My word. He's used his feral powers to manifest a weapon.
He's smashing here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
This tank buster is way more annoying than the one from Sugar Ride. Vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to a safe spot and be lucky.
Yeah, and then
The
be lucky.
challenger's down. Is this the
Well, we
end?
had a dead healer, so
I
the crosses were simply a little annoying from their positioning. So
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified.
In retrospect, I should probably just have stayed down.
Circle, circle.
The challenger
There's block
rises
spots.
again. Can they turn this around?
Oh, res off, so.
Do we set this rival flying? What fearsome strength! Goodness
Who
me, the
transports the
Dominator is
corpses
hanging
back
on
up?
the building.
Magic.
Ah.
Same way how there's cameras to fall down.
It's an invention we came up with sometime in, was it late Shadowbringers or early Endwalker? That is also why the
It's
corpses
out,
come back up.
out.
Nice.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they
So
can
you
stay
just
standing.
start to finally recruit Lakitu. Oh, I'm not going to make it to my normal spread position. That's a blade.
Donut.
He's bounding from wall to wall.
And this thing. Oh boy. Get to your split spots. Oh yeah, this one still happens another time. Someone want to heal that caster? Get to your drops.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
I always forget the second blink.
That's what a 5 means. Yeah, I had the same observations, Sib. I assume that there was a position that was incorrect. Remember in the pictures, it squares first, then circle, right?
Yes.
It helps
Yeah.
instead of square and circle. The first drop is always at the edge of the arena.
True.
And the second one is inside.
Yeah. I will say that looking at the lines on the floor, it looks a lot jankier where the bulk of the raid is going.
It's just the melee, the close DPS spot that is really janky.
specifically the circle spots look a little awkward, I feel, but okay.
Have a
Not my
support.
problem.
A circle
The
is fine.
support circle is sort of fine. It's basically on the edge of one of these big squares.
Yeah.
And then for melees, it should be one like next to one of the smaller QR code squares.
One of the major characters say "hoo boy" a lot. Ah, okay. So it could help if someone calls out on what number we're on, since 1 and 3 are squares and 2 and 4 are circles. That's true. That is a good point. So just making sure. I believe the way that it goes, if I remember it from the guide, 1 lands, then 2 gets told that they're up. Then the starbursts explode, and like a moment later 2 lands, which means that you have to look at the starburst and just like basically, even though there's you have to run through the danger zone to get over to where you need to be, possibly. But just note that you don't have time to wait for the starburst first before resolving yours. You have to get to your spot first, because it's going to be starburst your AoE.
The drop and the previous AoE go off at the same time.
You're basically at the same time, yeah. Yeah, you basically have to like know whether it's 1 or 2 there. When should we call out which number it is? When we see the markers or what?
I think when people are supposed to go to their position, so when they see the markers. Doesn't really help if
Dome
you have
says
already
someone
had to drop your marker.
Dome said we just had someone call out square, circle, square, circle. And that could also work.
If for the people next to the boss, if it oh no wait, it drops on you, never mind.
Yeah, that is a good suggestion, Dome.
Lighting and shadows in this arena are really annoying.
Are they?
Why are the shadows like that?
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Please.
He's used his fetal powers
Donut.
to manifest a weapon.
Tanks outside a donut.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watching for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Find some safe spots. And the
Oh
center.
no! That was too much for the challenger!
Oh, this is annoying.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
something we need to change there? What happened? It keeps dying to Starburst stack. Yep. Also, by the way, Naomi, can I have you over here for a second? When we have the bait circles, I'm pretty much like out here. I know that you have like a little bit less mobility sometimes, which is actually pretty funny to say as a black mage. But out in here means that like there's like a significantly like bigger step of the circle AoEs that hit in. I don't know if that might be what is like catching people off guard. I don't know if it's happening the same way over on the other side, because it's like for me that's Narnia. I have no idea what's happening over in the east. But yeah, I'm all the way out because the closer in you are, the closer in the area where you can actually be is. I also go out here. And if you're taking your first circle here, then there's actually a reasonably high chance that even though I'm running, that like weird snapshot means I get hit by your first one because I'm trying to get out of it. And if you're further down this way, then there's a better probability that you will be, you'll finish like, whoops, like I almost pulled the boss there, I think. Like you'll be closer to like the middle point of the arena, so there's a little bit less to run on the other axis. I don't think we have to worry about being all the way out, but just consider that. If Cat keeps dying to Starburst to stack, then there might be some healing that needs to happen. I don't know.
I could try to reprisal so that the Starburst also gets reduced and not just the stack, but I don't think that would make that much of a difference.
I don't know. You'll just have one of your tanks reprisal that. Well, well, there you go.
At least the stack I already am reprisaling. Unless that thing snapshots way too early.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Blade!
He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
Blade here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for Vine.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
And save spots. Out. Can you donut? I think I checked the wrong one.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down all around!
Rotate clockwise.
Circle.
Smashing there.
They're back on their feet!
Stack
Let's see if they can
clock
stay
spots
standing.
after.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around? Oh, we should just rival flying.
Thank you for the ablation, Ham.
Some strength. Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building.
It's outside.
I don't like this cliff. It's scaring me. He has a sword. Sword.
He's bounding from wall to wall.
He will blink one more time. Reminder to self.
Healer take north. Thank you.
Remember, he will blink. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. I don't have a lot of mitigation. And I have 2 feathers.
Is this the end?
Well, that was probably good to have happen, actually.
Yeah, this is one thing
Whereas-
I've also been worrying about, because I don't
Circles?
see how that can be fixed.
Squares?
I don't
Ow.
know where we could put the
That was too much for the challenger.
I
flare
think for
in
that
that
we need to have the flare on the other side of the boss.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then where would the
So
party?
it's like on the middle of the arena on the edge. Party goes to where you were standing.
Yeah, that probably
Yeah,
has to be
I
the
guess.
solution.
So where goes the far tether then?
Me?
Yes.
Just to the
I'm
their tether
really far
position.
away already, I think.
Yeah, basically, I think that far tether then would have to lose range uptime and also live without healing for a bit.
Let's say we have boss over here if it's half the arena.
Let's see.
Party
Cole says
onto
that no, the thing you have to
factory.
do is not swap everything. What you have to do is the flare still goes in the corner. Sip needs mitigation help. And also it needs to be reprisaled. And that kind of makes sense, I'd say. Because if you move... Basically, if you swap the flare position, then if you're looking at the image of the arena, either the tank is in the top left corner of the picture and Sip is in the bottom left, or the tank is basically somewhere around where the red square is. Sorry, I'm looking at a specific picture. They'll be in center north, or they'll be in center south, which means that I would be equally far away as Sip is in the alternative case. So we're solving, we're just choosing whether it's me or Sip who gets mega slammed.
Yeah, that's what I meant with you would have to lose uptime and go to the very far corner if we move the tank to the other side.
Yeah. But the alternative is then just, do we have any mitigation to give Sip?
I didn't have any. I might have had one additional 10%, one more oblation.
If I know it's coming, I can save flesh, but I just used it there like 2 seconds before that configuration appeared. It's like, oh well.
I think I probably also mismanaged my mitigation there.
I wouldn't know. Oblation plus a reprisal. And then Sip uses Adloquium on himself. Something like that.
We'll see. We failed.
I got tired of us just looking at him. Right, I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, we're probably not doing a full one more set, but we'll get as much time as we have. Luna says, is there a role quest requirement to finish Endwalker? I'm almost done with it and haven't met one yet. Is it post-MSQ? Unlike Shadowbringers, Endwalker does not require that you complete the role quests. However, completing a role quest line allows you to dye the artifact gear for your job. I believe this is also the case for Dawntrail when you get to that point.
Yes.
And the role quests are in Thavnair, yes. Or rather in Radsathan. But yeah, the game will not demand that you do it. It is worth mentioning, I suppose, if you care. That's okay, Dunker, you were right. I was just like specifying more. It is in Thavnair. But like, if you care about story continuity, technically the role quest lines take place before you complete the quest where Basically, before you get to the final zone, to not be too spoilery.
I thought they acknowledge if you've at some point in them if you've actually cleared.
Oh yeah, they'll say
Endwalker.
they'll give an explanation that, oh yeah, well actually these don't go away because of
If it's-
reasons.
Stuff's
they're-
still
they're
happening,
they
just like in
basically-
Shadowbringers.
Yeah, they're basically going, well, yeah, these are special to try and help with like keeping the story making sense. But yeah, no, the game will not require that you do it. It's entirely optional. It'll allow you to dye your gear set, your job gear set, and the same. I am pretty sure it was the same in Dawntrail, right?
Yes. I had to clear the caster quest to dye my Pictomancer gear.
Hmm. And yeah, that's also a good call, Luna. Do it at level 90 so you can finish it. Oh, everyone is back.
Food, stances, focus targets, gear check, repair if you need,
We have like a checklist.
EOS, anything
EOS
else.
is there.
Yeah, she's working.
She is actually working. You quickly capping out people's HP when they eat.
In that case,
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business.
and to get punched with a stick and
Will the unenhanced warrior be
Sometimes
able to
with fists.
contend with this chimerical foe?
He could construct anything with that power, and he chooses to make a club or a sword, I guess. Stone sword.
a bladed weapon,
Could be anything.
like
Showed
this
that.
bladed weapon
He's
here.
used his
Blades.
feral powers to manifest a weapon.
Move towards monster with tentacles to get smashed. What?
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing fine.
Get away from the vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Out.
Out.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
I think this is a donut.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
Oit, all dead. Oh boy.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified, and now
And
they're
this
crashing
is
down all around.
counterclockwise. That's a club. So, it's a circle. And he's smashing there. Where's north? Clock spots.
The challenger's down. Is this the end?
I don't think I'm gonna go for time for this.
Oh, we should just rival flying. What fearsome strength. Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building.
Outside.
Circle on that one there. Now we'll get the one lineup for the blink again. The problematic one.
Crap.
It's another circle.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Remember, it's a circle.
Is bounding from wall to wall.
Remember north wall?
Oh boy. This is a hurty thing. Strange seeds is happening. Get to positions.
Squares.
Drop out. And drop in.
Circle.
And drop
Square.
out. And drop in. And
Pairs.
I can solo this one if someone else needs.
I'm dead.
Or not.
It literally did only half HP for me solo, without any mids.
Yeah. Just tank things.
Repress on it.
I don't think that mattered. Ouch.
Definitely not with 10k HP on my side.
But we see phase 3. We can check if the markers are actually there.
Just caved in. Such devastation.
Wow.
Ah, the markers are there.
Oh look,
We'll send
Watch it
cameras in there.
along
at
with the
once.
cameras.
And the corpses.
So do you LB
The
treat the rest of them or do I?
destruction appears to have started.
I can try. Didn't
you
work.
failed.
Next time you try. This brutal impact has 7 hits.
Should probably use the limit break there then.
To be fair, I don't think we're getting much further than this.
Oh?
Oh no,
Oops, I
it's
touched the
first.
wall.
on its first Stoneringer, two Stoneringers.
I was first to touch a ball in third phase.
That's a donut. And a lariat afterwards. Oh yeah. And the thing in between.
A lariat. The brute bomber must still be in there somewhere.
What does he have after this circle?
Flower.
A punishing attack.
Okay.
Oh, the true
In that
power
case.
of this monstrous fusion.
If it
Yeah, something that Cat also mentioned. I'm just saying. I think I said that earlier as well. It is okay for the healers to lose damage to cast a healing spell. If we figure out that we don't actually have the damage, we'll see that when we see the Hardened Rage. And then we'll have to review whether it's not enough damage from healers or if it's something else. And I don't think it'll be not enough damage from healers. But yeah, in that run, like in that pull there, I know at least that I died twice to having a little bit less health than I needed to survive an attack. So, again, it's super easy for the Black Mage to be like, I need more healing. But I do recall that Cat said that he had the same problem. And then he's like, oh, the Red Mage is asking for more healing. And again, it's the DPS complaining. But yeah, like, yeah, I understand, Naomi. I would say maybe being a little bit more aggressive with being like, well, we don't have Aspected Helios up. And some people could use it, and then see how, like, where that leads you, instead of specifically using those healing spells to how should I say, spot heal. Just generally, like an Aspected Helios here and there might help reduce the amount of spot healing you need to do. I don't know. You might already be doing that. I don't know. But yeah, we are certainly going to have a lot of weird problems coming up if, well, if both me and Kat are like regularly going, well, I died because I didn't have enough HP, even though the mechanic was resolved correctly. Skyshot says an good indicator for making the Hardened Rage is he should be below 40. He should be at about 47% HP when phase 3 starts. That is a pretty solid, like, point to mark. So thank you for that.
So, what did we have just now?
I didn't see.
Let's see. Ah, Kai didn't have a target in phase 3.
Well, I was dead.
There's no reason not to show us his health bar.
Well, I didn't think it was important. I don't think it was
not.
at 47, considering the sheer amount of death we had in that poll.
I agree.
But yeah, just like this is like this one goes out to both Sib and Naomi that it might be fine to like be a little bit more aggressive with casting healing spells, if you aren't already, and then we'll see if it's a problem, and I don't think it'll be. Erdo? My Grey Pass!
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the an enhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Plot.
He's used his feral powers to manifest a weapon.
And he's smashing there. Right there. Like around here.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger. The challenger rises again. Can they turn this around?
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Ow.
Safe spots.
The challenger's down!
And out.
Is this the end?
Can you res Naomi and Kai?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how much damage I can actually get away with right when they spawn.
They're back on their feet.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
know.
See if they can stay
I
standing.
mean,
You could
you may be
switch
wondering what I died from.
a camera.
Oh my. Even the cameras have been
I died
petrified,
from
and now they're
from
crashing
a
down.
plant that slapped me.
The western plant.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Exactly
one I
the
didn't
western
tag.
plant.
That one I didn't get to tag
Why not?
because I started in the northwest. And he's sword smashing here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Block spots. You
Right.
somehow manage to always find the one plant I don't get to tag. Like, it's quite impressive.
I mean, I will either be close to the west or the south one most of the time. Not every time.
Oh, he said this rival flying! What fearsome strength!
Don't worry, Dunker. I did write a note on that for myself.
This means the brute abominator is hanging on the building!
This is a big red white. Ooh. Ah, that's a donut. Remember donut?
He's bounding from wall to wall!
Milo? Ow.
Got the feeling he saw me adjust and then panic.
Possible. Oh, hi Zip. How's it going?
That doesn't look any good.
Yeah, good luck.
That is a good point, Cat. And it also notice that. That is also why I basically rush back to the middle once we're done. Sip, we are like, if you imagine where the glower is, we are on the side up against the wall on the other end. Like, we're over there with the main tank. So if the healers are not dead center, like right up on next to the glower on the other side, then you will not hit us with anything. And I don't think you are. I'm pretty sure that's not in the plan.
I think one of the healers should be next to the laser.
It doesn't change the fact that if both healers go, alright, and then I use an AoE heal, and then like my co-healer also does that, and then everybody's good, then what you'll find is that exactly the black mage and the red mage will be short, and will need spot healing to catch up to everyone else. Or we die. I don't think we can have that, Cat. Is there actually space for 4 like that?
I would not like to have 4 in that space, but one of you could swap with a healer. I think it's theoretically possible to put 4 there, just don't.
Alright, Selma, enjoy your evening. Yeah, I will say if we put 4 people there, then there's certainly no reason to have, I believe it's R2, all the way over on the, like, as far away on the opposite end. Like, at that point, we're basically better off doing, like, beeline positions around the glower, or the glower power thing. Yeah, exactly, Cat. That's what I mean, is that if we're following where the guide says, then we basically have to scoot over back to get heals, but if we don't get them, then we will be behind, and then we will die while everyone else does not. Well, that is actually a good point, Ham. Both of the mages have CA at the start of their name. We're the Ks. Kai and the cat. The cat and the cat. No, Luna, I usually do that for live streams, but thank you. I'll review that. Thank you for the information. But yeah, if we swap one, have the fizz range swap with me, would that help? Would that be better? And what do we do now, guys?
Get killed by the boss?
Go again, but be more careful? Yeah, pretty much.
Take a block to the face.
Jack has a question about Feint. I think it's difficult to answer, Shaq, because a lot of the time we have very different experiences each pull. You might not even be alive to apply it where you want to apply it. Like once we are at a point where we actually see that mechanic, like see those mechanics consistently resolved, where we actually have people alive, it might be easier to give a clear answer on that, Shaq. Until then, you pretty much just have to go. It probably makes sense to use it now, and then just go for it.
Food looking fine on everyone.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Bleed!
My word. He's used his fetal powers to manifest a weapon.
Oh, he's smashing here.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm. Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to the safe spots.
Hmm.
And
The
in.
challenger's down! Is this the end?
I hate targeting smaller
They're
enemies
back on
standing
their feet.
below a big
Let's see
one.
if they can stay standing.
Yeah, I think Cole mentioned that they're like that targeting them is really, really awkward.
Oh, he's scooting around.
Yep. Just like the simulations.
At the speed of a plant.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified.
Scooting around at the speed of a plant.
That's a donut. Right under him is the smash. Prepare to get stacked.
Stack into clock spots.
Alright, prepare to get launched.
Keep uni, hope you're doing well. Prog is going alright, I think.
What fearsome strength!
Alright, why doesn't Dancing Queen throw us around for at least one thing?
Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building.
But because
All of
both of
the
the
other
other ones
bosses
are?
Yes, and I think the third one should throw us around at some point as well. And Matrix should also have some knockback.
Donuts.
Ah, that's a donut. And prepare to get clawed. Ah, donut.
Yeah.
Prepare for donut.
He's bounding from
And
wall
donut.
to wall.
And Glower. Nice noise. Get your tethers. I got standard moved.
Oh no.
I hate that tether. You have to stand
One?
inside of his
Squares?
hitbox the entire time. Yeah. Outside.
1,
Inside.
2,
Outside. Yeah. Inside.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Outside. Wait,
Ah.
something?
Something went
Yeah,
wrong.
I'll arrange a bit.
My final call at least was off.
I know that there was at least one other that was off. That was very good though. That was actually pretty good. That went pretty well, pretty far. Dunga says my static is actually a double fist range group. Oh!
Giga Gamers.
A double fizz range makes a lot of mitigation easier.
Oh yeah.
You have 4 interrupts. Who needs skill ads?
Then rage.
Shush.
The punch should not be around the 2 minute. I actually get to finish my 2 minute burst before we get thrown across the arena.
Yeah, I'm also having trouble, Shaq. I actually hit 2 charges of ley lines during phase 1 and I have no idea where I'm putting that second ley line. I think the optimal space is sometime during the ads. But there's so much stuff happening that I don't feel like I get to do anything with it.
Ads is
Maybe
also
if you
hard,
like find a safe spot from both the crosses and just
Yeah, exactly.
pray we get donuts right.
And then that's also a safe spot from the line of sight.
To take it outside, the brute abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Precast ley lines? I don't know how much that would help. But I see what you mean. Plop.
That's a circle.
He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
Anti-smashing distance. R in the distance.
Oh, a
Close
brutal
in the
blow!
distance.
But the contender is
No, that
standing
was R in the distance.
Smashing!
Dying.
Vines.
Plants.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora
I
have
did not get to
sprouted from
tag the
scattered
western.
seeds.
I'm hitting the other one.
I got west and south.
And out.
Oh.
The challenge is
Vacate
down.
the center.
Is this the end?
I got these donuts.
That was a very weird.
The challenger
Lineup
rises
setup.
again. Can they turn this around?
Basically had to single target the entire time because
I
the
think
ads were
this
doing
works.
things. Yeah, that's what you have to do in phase 2.
Even the camera
I love
That-
it.
it's-
Based on
don't
where his
laugh.
eye is, that shouldn't have worked physically.
That's how phase 2 works. Phase 3. That's a
It's
bladed
donut.
weapon. It's sharp. This is close in the distance.
stack into clock spots.
They're back
2
on their
minutes.
feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, the 2 minute ends pretty precisely when he throws us across.
I still have 3 charges and 3 charges and we're ready to go for.
Yeah, if you can help with reses for this, that'll be good.
Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building.
I'll probably do
Thank you.
res on the first flower and stuff. I
Donut.
actually still have it.
Let's first get donutted. Wait a second. That's not good.
For this entire poll, I'm imagining Naomi like an airplane just constantly falling. Just constant like, Mayday! Mayday! Not making fun of the situation, but it's really unfortunate is what I'm saying.
It's clubbing. That's what it is. Also a circle coming up.
Is bounding from wall to wall.
Oh, that's not a donut.
I'll make sure not to run off the stage again.
Vines.
Ouch.
Supports left side.
Drop outside first. Drop outside. What? Drop inside?
I think you missed one.
Oh! Well, the first one's
Oh
just...
no, that was too
Ouch.
much for the challenger.
Just on the...
I don't know, but you didn't say anything on the second one, which was mine. I could have said something, but it
No,
just
he-
occurred to me
he
when you
missed
said
the
inside
first
then.
one.
Yeah, it missed the first one because the
It was
close players
just
did not
outside.
have anything for the
No one
first
in
one.
melee had a marker for the first one.
I did not see the first one happening, I just saw the people waiting to drop die.
Hmm.
Guess what? You dropped them on the correct position. Outside. That's mean. I don't like that.
Shaq, there's a hard cutoff for the flare damage.
No, before last
Like-
poll said I could stay in I could go with the max
I'm
melee.
just saying the
Yes.
distance from ham. Like up to a
It's-
certain point, it does a lot, and then if you go 2 steps
I've-
further, it does
Yeah,
basically
I
nothing.
think it's not actually a proximity marker, that thing, but instead it's basically a circle, tank buster, and donut around that. At least that's the way the damage looks. It does not look like people standing like really far away take less damage.
I might be able to call out the 1, 2, 3, 4s. They're a bit easier because my position means that like, unless it's Zip, there is a chance that I can see everything.
Well, if you don't have it but Zip, you see the one in the center.
To take it outside,
Exactly.
the fruit of
It would
warrior
only, I would only
is
miss it if, well, like, there's no chance I'd miss it because there's two people getting it at once.
warrior be able to contend with this
Yeah.
chimerical foe?
Also, my worst Dark Knight opener as of yet.
Oh, fantastic.
I completely forgot to Edge of Shadow and Living Shadow.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
You ever wondered why Shadowbringer doesn't work?
He's used his fatal powers to manifest a weapon.
Because it's a circle here.
Close.
Hey, Melissa, hope you're doing well.
But the contender
It's such a
is
weird
standing
thing that Shadowbringer only works while Darkseid is up.
Yeah, that is really random, isn't it?
Why wouldn't... It's not like that's some weird tech and vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Move to safe spots. And to the
The
center.
challenger's down! Is this the end?
I think I interrupted the wrong one, but it worked.
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Ding.
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified!
it's
And now they're
counterclockwise.
crashing down all around!
That's a donut.
Donuts.
Donut smash away.
Doink.
The
Prepare to get
challenger
stacked.
Stacking
rises
flux
again.
points.
Can they turn this around?
Ultimate burst should be running.
Man.
Oh, that looks dangerous.
What fearsome strength!
Just slightly enough distance.
Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building!
It's
A donut?
donuts.
Oh no, the overlap. Well. Huh.
I think this Tevek deals damage that ignores mitigation.
That is possible.
It's a circulator. Oh dang it. Circle.
He's bounding from wall to wall!
Vines, get your vines.
Get your vines here.
Pick up your vines.
Fresh
at the
vines,
closest
fresh
walls.
vines. Get it out while they're hot.
Mmm. Tastes like pain.
Ouch.
Get ready for seeds. Outside, outside,
Inside.
inside,
Outside.
outside.
Oh! Well, I
Outside,
slipped. I
outside.
slipped.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Right,
Ah.
something is not right.
I slipped. It was very outside.
Yes, suddenly, 4 Tether jumped to me and I was just dead.
Yeah. I slipped. Sorry.
Oh, at that distance, that shouldn't have just been 160k. That should have been more.
Outside the arena? Got it. That looked pretty good. Until it didn't. And then we also had
Yeah.
the whole problem with double healer death, but considering that...
Until
went
it falls
decently
apart.
well. Yeah, like even with
mechanic
that, it
looks-
actually went pretty well. And then I fell, and then things went bad. That was me, apparently. Somehow
and then
that all came back to roost at my place. Somehow.
For you, Zip, it's basically the corner of the big
To
QR
take it outside,
code
the
square
brute abominator means business.
on the inside one.
Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe?
Decent sync.
My word. He's used his feral powers to
It's a
manifest
circle.
a weapon.
Smashing here. Bonk.
Oh, a brutal blow! But the contender is standing firm.
Watch for vines.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Get to safe spots. Center. So should be a safe spot here. How did he end up on that side?
That that is a fantastic question.
I guess he's good at
Oh my.
ice
Even the
skating.
travelers have been
He
petrified.
do be a slidey boy.
Ay, ay, ay. That's a bladed weapon. He's smashing distant.
The challenger rises again!
Box spots
Can they
after.
turn this around?
Oh, my dark side ran out. Whoops.
No wonder me and Kat are like, when do you find time to burst in this? The Dark Knight can't find time to edge in this.
Oh no, I can't find time. I'm actually managing my MP and my
Oh,
dark
such a
arts there.
terrible flying! What fearsome strength!
Alright, don't
I'm
go.
able to
Enjoy your
briefly
evening.
burst at least.
Oh,
I
well.
think it's more
Enjoy your
about
time.
finding time to for
Goodness
movement
me,
as a
the brute
caster.
abominator is hanging on the building!
Like having uptime there is not that hard as melee. And that's a annoying donut.
That might be me Malus art.
Oh,
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Right.
if you're wondering about the provoke shirk, it's because the flare can be seconding aggro.
I know.
It's like not risking that.
It's a circle.
He's bounding from wall to wall.
The next 2 minutes should be after the next phase transition.
There's no phase transition yet, it's seeds and
I
stuff
know.
first. Okay. North wall,
Was
please.
suggest. Just like that tether.
I might die from that abominable... No, I think I'm fine now.
Ouch. I might die.
I just used flash on set.
I'll drop.
Outside positions.
Inside?
Outside. Inside. Outside.
Move to stacks. And
I recognize I was supposed to stack with Naomi, but I wasn't. I couldn't see out.
Donut.
Flower.
Oh boy. And a strong raid white coming up.
The rooftop has caved in. Such devastation.
This
That's
was
not
his intention.
47%. That's not
We'll send
47%.
cavalry in there at
More
once.
like
To
55,
be fair, we're
I
also
assume.
not putting in the opener. That's a thing to keep in mind.
The destruction appears to have started.
Stop
Stream notes.
with your 2 minutes.
30 seconds. That's why.
Brutal impact, very brutal. Circle.
it's out.
Mind with Lariat.
And the raid wide?
I would
That
have
raid works.
180k.
Alaric,
Yeah, that's a lethal raid white.
Yeah.
Donut.
You think it needs mid sim?
a punishing attack.
Probably.
Yeah, the
Glamour.
untelegraphed raid wide. That is a wide. That is a raid wide. Yeah, Prog.
Yeah, but the raid was not that wide.
Yeah, we weren't wide enough.
What a
Nice
thrilling
one.
battle this, and it rages on.
I decided
Yeah.
to die to Living Dead instead,
I think so,
You know,
Naomi.
to
I
assert
think so.
dominance.
But I think that is actually a pretty good point to stop on as well. We actually got everyone alive to the final phase and saw a little bit.
We got
Exactly as we're going
everyone to break
end up
all
anyway.
of their bones, falling 10 stories down.
Yeah, exactly, Rocky. The horrible thing is that it happens between true brutal impacts and needs more mitigation. So it just goes absolute ballistics on raid-wide damage for way too long.
And it's also after the big AoE from the phase transition.
Yeah. And it's unannounced.
Yeah, that's true, Puny. The reason why I was like hesitating was because I was thinking, I remember there's something after this. Is it a raid wide or do we need position? I believe we need positions for one of them. Which one is it again? Boom!
The side that he uses his weapon is where the
Lariat goes.
will be,
Yes.
because that's his free arm after that.
Yeah, he can't lariat with a weapon in that hand.
And like I feel like That's a missed opportunity for him. Imagine how incredible he could lariat if he also used a weapon to make it even wider.
The problem is the lariat is already
too. Would break during the lariat, so he couldn't do the Brutish swing afterwards.
Ah. Well,
additionally, his arm already covers to the wall of the arena. So if you were to have a weapon in there, that weapon would just go again through the wall there.
If it wasn't
and then you would destroy the wall and couldn't stick to it anymore.
If it wasn't for the fact that his Hardened Rage, I believe, is like still from the top ropes slam, he could absolutely have a Hardened Rage of him just going, wait a minute, I could lariat with both arms. Like him just having like a light bulb moment. Or alternatively, that he just makes a weapon and then just like hops all the way out to the edge and then just dashes across.
During the cast, but he just looks at one of.
Is a one-arm move.
I know. It's his Neo Bombarian special lariat.
And the caster, he just looks at his hands. He looks at one hand, stretches the arm out, looks at the other hand, stretches the arm out, then stretches both out. Jumps to the wall and then does the move, realizing that he has two arms.
Wait a minute. You might be right on that, Dunker. I still think it would be funny because I'm just saying, while he might use his other arm to do that, surely he could do some of those things with all those vines on his back or some of his legs. Like, he might exactly have that, as Melissa says, like that realization of, wait a minute, I have 2 of these, I have 6 of these, and I have like 8 of these. I have an idea.
Alternatively, he could just use his Petrify move without spawning ads.
You know what? That is actually also an excellent point. He basically summons ads and then goes, wait a minute, I could use Petrify. And then misses because of the ad corpses. And he's like, ah, shucks. Well, better luck next time, I guess. And then he just goes through the exact same sequence of logic of, wait a minute, I could summon ads. Wait a minute, I could Petrify. Ah, shucks, it missed again.
Especially in phase 3, the ads don't even live long enough to do their own enrage.
Yeah, he even more quickly goes, no, wait a minute, screw that. I could Petrify things. You know, that is actually a pretty funny image. Just imagine, like, when the bosses do mechanics that basically, if they just didn't do it like that, like if they just did it in a different sequence, it would have worked. It's just them going, wait a minute, I could do this. Oh, I could also do this. And then it just screws them over because they chose to do it in that exact order. And I'm also just saying, Sugar Riot could pretty reasonably just wipe the group by just going, how about I put a sinkhole in the middle of the arena? And you know what? I don't need more than 4 cacti. And just puts them in each corner and goes, yep, nailed it. He's got a list and it goes faster each time. Yeah, pretty much.
My word. He's used his fetal powers to manifest
actually,
a weapon.
Is there a boss like that in Final Fantasy XIV? With like extremely few mechanics. But it goes, like, I don't think there is.
Did it get him? He wouldn't jump off the arena. Shame.
Yeah, I would assume they would fix that during the beta tests for the boss fight. That would be a very harsh oversight if a Savage boss could be made to jump off the arena.
I mean, I believe I recall that A4 Manipulator was susceptible to knockback in Heaven when on release in Heavensward. But I don't believe he could die from it. From what I heard.
Just imagine the Brute Bombinator jumps off the arena, but he does not die. He just keeps performing his mechanics like somewhere down there.
He's just down in the street. The fight starts. He uses smash here, and the tank just jumps, and Hector just goes, "No, get back here! No!" And then you just hear like cars honking and stuff, just panic in the street as the mechanics continue.
Like, everything still happens, there's just no more telegraphs.
Yeah, everything still happens, but there's no telegraphs. There's just electro cubes below. Really? Maybe we're just really far up? Question mark.
Well, what else is there supposed to be? We're in Solution 9. Additionally, I think Metin's saying he's taking it outside. Very funny. There is no outside in Solution 9.
Oh, that is an excellent point. Well, that is an interesting, I guess, almost philosophical question. If you lived in an exceptionally large building, is there a point where the building is so big that since there can be a house inside this building, are you outside? Even though you're in a building?
No.
No. Technically, since there's the ever-expanding universe, are we inside?
Interesting.
Does leaving
question.
a pillow fort make your living room outside? Yeah, exactly, Kat. Indeed. Or do we have degrees of inside and outside? How big does the snow globe have to be before you get an outside? Yeah, exactly.
Bigger than Solution 9.
Oh, Solution 9 doesn't cut it.
Yes.
You know, I will say,
Personally,
just
I
a
would
little
also
note on
say
Solution
that
9. Isn't it like a TARDIS, sort of? Because it's bigger on the inside. Solution 10 is outside.
Personally, I would also say the Lightning Dome outside of Solution 9 is not an outside if you're in there.
Oh, Nozerel has got a point. Heritage Found is kind of like a snow globe. Does that mean Heritage Found is a type of inside?
I mean, if we want to talk about globes and outside, how about Tamamizu?
Yeah, personally, I would say Heritage Found is an inside with the Lightning Dome.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm really confused why they don't turn the Lightning Dome off. There is no reason for that thing to still exist.
Venus also mentions Labyrinthos. Is Labyrinthos inside?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it...
You can see the ceiling.
That's true.
There's also like Tamamizu in the Ruby Sea.
Oh, yeah.
That's technically an inside dome with an outside, so technically all of the Ruby Sea is outside.
Yeah, I would probably say that Mizu is more like underwater. It's underwater inside,
It could be.
and that alone makes it very hard to say if anything there can be out or inside.
If under the
I mean,
water
there's
is
part of
outside...
the sea that's inside, and there's part of the water that's outside.
Tamamizu also has the weird thing that it's partly inside of a cave. I think it's easier to talk about Suinosato with that. That thing is just straight up in a dome underwater. And I think there we have the answer. It's inside a dome.
Hmm.
So if we're in a healer dome,
The way you presented that. So, speaking of dome, does that mean that scholars have a temporary house on a 30-second cooldown?
15 seconds house, 30 seconds cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Does sacred soil qualify as a tent? Indeed, Luna.
Doesn't quite last long enough to do a short rest in, but
Good point. Maybe if you had 2 scholars, then they could like take turns, and someone else could take a short rest. Puny says, well, I mean, if you were in your bathroom, you would go outside once you're done. So I think the announcer line is just outside the Arcadion. And yeah, that is probably the point. Is relative to where you'd normally be, it's outside. It's outside the Arcadion. So therefore, the fight has been taken outside.
yeah, probably.
So, how many expected this level of philosophical thinking right at the tail end of
I think that's normal.
of a Savage Raid stream?
I mean, usually it happens after the stream ends, but we are still in voice.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind, we are running on 6 hours of Savage right now. Obviously, our brains are going weird places.
Oswald says, when a white mage, a scholar, and an astrologian all pop domes, whose house is it?
Which
In the
dome
I believe
middle of
Astrologian-
our house.
Yeah, in the middle of a house. I'm pretty sure that Astrologian's dome is the smallest in size. So whether that matters, I'm pretty sure the Asylum and Sacred Soil domes are equal in size.
If you wanna be pedantic, isn't technically Earthly Star a sort of dome?
No.
And that's
I
probably
don't
the
think so.
biggest
I think
one.
actually,
It's
if we
not.
were to be pedantic, it is specifically not a dome.
Yeah, it just
But
explodes.
does that mean that
It's a
Astrologian's
bomb.
does that mean that Astrologian's dome is a room in the house that is either Asylum or Sacred Soil?
Probably. And they're T-posing in there to assert dominance.
It's the T-posing room. It's the room for T-posing. Is a room just a house in a house?
A room is an partitioned off part of a house. The thing is, if you have a house and you just put one wall into the middle,
Does that also mean
Does-
that if you had a really big house and you put a house inside it, does that mean that that inner house is technically a room? But
I
if that
guess.
house has multiple rooms, does that mean that those rooms are they just also rooms?
there are shelves.
Luna says the definition is a room is a part or division of a building enclosed by walls, floor, and ceiling. And then in that case, a house would... Well, a house would... If you have a house inside of a bigger house, then that would just... Like, the smaller house would just not qualify as a house in the first place. Because it would be a room... It would be a collection of rooms. Like, it wouldn't be a house. It would just be a collection of rooms. By that definition. The small house would have a roof, not a ceiling. Sorry? Oh boy. Thoughts on apartment complexes? Well, I mean, I refer to me living in a building. And I have an apartment. This is getting really complicated. Maybe we should round up the stream before we get too lost in the source. But on that note, in fact, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and would like other people to enjoy it as well. So thanks so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you will find links to videos and streams when they put them out. And you'll also find the schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a link to a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So, thank you so much for the support. But I think that'll be it for us for tonight. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!